I'd like to welcome everyone today. Thank you. I'm President Garcia Morales, and I call this work session of March 6, 2024 to order. The time is 4:06 p.m. I'd like to remind everyone to silence your electronic devices. And we acknowledge that the land on which we gather is territorial homelands of the Nuwu, the Mawapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. Trustee Guzman, can you please lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Cavazos, are you ready to make the motion?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the board, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Additional reference material is provided for item 2.01, long-term planning, appointment of a superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Trustee Williams?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Cavazos and a second by Trustee Williams. Please cast your vote. Trustee Zamora?
Aye.
Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. All right, we're going to move on to item 1.03. This is item for possible inclusion on the next available agenda. This is discussion and possible action on GP 11, public comment being included on the next available agenda pursuant to GP 10. This is an item that is being appealed after I have appealed by Trustee Cavazos, and I'll turn it over to her in a minute to provide additional context of her desire to bring this item before the board at a future meeting. And I'd like to go over specifically GP 10. So in your reference material, reference 1.03A, you'll see an email exchange between Trustee Cavazos and I regarding her request. I stated my reason for not moving this forward. And then I would like to reference GP 10, item 1.03B reference material, second page. This is the section that we're currently in. This item is after the president, who has authority over adding items to the agenda that are focused on student outcomes. If an item is not student outcomes focused, I will appeal it. And I appealed it in this case specifically because we have engaged with the Council of Great City Schools, and through this work, we have a policy review process that will allow us to review our public comment policy. However, once I gave that information to Trustee Cavazos, she asked for the appeal process to begin. And you'll see here steps 1 through 4. We are currently in this section. The proposed item shall be listed as an item for possible inclusion on the next available agenda under the adoption of the agenda section of the board. The requesting trustee may move that the requested agenda item be included at a next available trustee meeting. And so again, this item is simply a consideration for the board after I, as president, have declined the item to come before the board. And in declining it, Trustee Cavazos has activated the request to appeal this agenda item. And to be clear that if there's a motion by the board, to move this forward to honor Trustee Cavazos' request, it will be an item that will be added to a future agenda item. That doesn't mean that we're going to discuss the merits of her request at this point and hear her appeal. And if the board would like to entertain that during this time, then we will potentially request a vote. Trustee Cavazos, I'm going to turn it over to you so you can provide additional context about why you'd like to bring this item before the board in the future.
Thank you, President Garcia-Morales. Do we have, this is, I believe, an action item. Do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you so much, Trustee Cavazos. You're absolutely right. This is an action item, and if anybody would like to speak on this item who has not submitted a public comment card or has not signed up in advance is welcome to do so now before we, I guess, turn it over officially to Trustee Cavazos. I do have one person who's signed up in advance. However, I'd like for, I think it's important for our colleagues to hear your specific request for appeal, and then we'll turn it over to public comment, and then we'll turn it over to discussion for the board.
Okay, thank you very much. This is something that has been kind of, it's been going back some time to when we first revised the public comment policy. And this is in response to many constituents' concerns about the changes in the public comment policy having to do specifically with removing the public comment policy at the beginning, not allowing students to go first or families with children, and then still allowing a public comment policy at the end. And this would be with also limiting the amount of time of the public comment policy at the beginning. So I want to address what President Garcia-Morales has just stated here to make it perfectly clear that this is a vote on the appeal for my colleagues to consider whether to move forward with bringing this to a future agenda. And I assume that it would probably be at a work session, President Garcia-Morales, but this would be with the detailed discussion happening at the future agenda items. So this is just the appeal. So I want to bring your attention to the reference material that has to do, that is in your documents, that says under GP 10, your request does not align with section 1A or 1B, and for that reason, I am declining your request. So in looking at 1A and 1B, it states that agenda items shall be submitted in writing to the board president and board office. The following guidelines, which has been referenced already, should be followed by trustees if requesting an item be added to a board agenda. A, the agenda item should align with the board vision and district mission, strategic goals, or annual plans. Or B, the agenda item, or it can be both, should align with the scope of the board and be focused on progress monitoring of district goals and not issues of management and operations. So I submit to my colleagues that A, community involvement and public input absolutely aligns with our board vision and with our district mission, with all of our strategic goals, and it is also within the scope of the board. So I submit that we cannot exclude the community as far as saying that public comment policy is not a part of our district vision. So I try to make this as concise as possible to not drag it on and on. So that is my basic argument that I am submitting to my colleagues. Thank you, President Garcia-Morales.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Colleagues, if you'll indulge me, I'd love to hear from public comment first and then turn it over to discussion. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. We'll begin with individuals who signed up in advance. Dr. Beamel, followed by Annette Magnus.
Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. This is 1.03 review of current public comment policy. Your professional learning goals show strong consensus for what the community listening process should include. According to your own edicts from the Great and Powerful Council of Great City Schools documentation, you should be listening to the community. I don't know how this is not part of the board's vision or the district's mission, but maybe it should be. Community engagement and outreach, especially at a time when the community is desperate to be part of the narrative. To shut down this item goes to the lack of transparency. Under former President Brooks, when students were allowed to speak in the first 20 minutes, they were able to exercise their voices and then go home to homework, test preparation, and the like. We regularly had students in the boardroom speaking about Global High School, about bullying, about the issues in their schools, and the board was able to hear straight from their mouths, straight from the goals' mouths. My daughter was a Nevada youth legislator and showed up to speak at the finance budget meeting but because of their public comment rules, she had to wait until 11 p.m. to speak her voice. She had finals the next morning, and she was the only student who stayed to speak. Now, students are waiting hours, parents are waiting hours to speak their truths, and some have to leave due to needing to be up at 4 a.m. to catch buses. This serves no one. This rule should be revisited for no other reason than the fact that back when we had public comment in the first 20 minutes, it was not a huge inconvenience. It was not a huge waste of time, and it allowed for students to be heard and go home. This was a great opportunity for those you serve to watch government at work, to have their voices heard. I urge you to consider appealing this, I don't know what it's called, I'm sorry, and at least allowing Trustee Cavazos' item to be discussed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Bemol. Annette?
Good evening, trustees. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus. I'm here tonight as a taxpayer requesting better governance from this body. Good governance, public engagement, and transparency by this body makes for better student outcomes, as stated, is a necessity to be agendized. People have real lives. People cannot always be here when it is convenient for you all. We pay you. Meeting at 4 p.m. for a work session on a Wednesday is already limiting enough. Then you add in the fact that you are now limiting how we can contact our trustees during public meetings by not allowing us to text them or email them during meetings. This smacks of a deliberate attempt to limit community participation. In all my years of doing this work, I have never seen a body operate this way. I have been in this room countless times late into the evening. That is not conducive for people who work, for people who have children, or for kids who want to participate in this process. You all have a responsibility to do better. Thank you.
I believe that concludes public comment on this particular matter. Okay, Trustee Williams? Excuse me? Is there someone else who submitted public comment on this item? Is that what I'm hearing? Allow us one moment. Sir, if you'd like to provide public comment, there's yellow cards up here on this, I believe on both of the podiums, and if we can have, thank you, Ms. Binder. We don't have any other items on 1.03 at this time. I don't have a record of you indicating. Oh, it looks like penmanship is not clear. Sorry. I apologize. Here we go. Ms. Binder, we'll just hang tight until Ms. Binder's ready. Ms. Binder, if you can come up, I will have Mr. Caruso, when he's available and free again, to come on up. Thank you.
Anna Binder for the record, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. This has been many years in the making. I used to be the only one here at 9 a.m. on a Wednesday that nobody liked either. The board through the years heard a lot of feedback, moved it to 4 o'clock on a Wednesday, and I think you guys are right, we can't make everyone happy. They have tried over the years in discussions to try to make the work sessions accessible, especially to educators, because 9 in the morning, you guys are all at school.
Ms. Binder, keep the remarks up here, please.
Yeah, so we are here again, finally, to hear this, and it would just be really appreciated if it would come back for a full discussion. My understanding is the way that it's written in the agenda is just to approve it to come back for a full discussion. We can nitpick all of the nuances as to why it may or may not be good for anybody. But if we could just get it to come forward to a future vote, I think everybody would be very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Trustee Brooks. Excuse me, Trustee Williams, you're in the queue.
It's okay. Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question for Trustee Cavazos, and then I would like to do my comments, if that's okay. Trustee Cavazos, I want to know, in your opinion, in what way do you think that public comment is currently limited? In your opinion, not your constituents' opinion, your opinion.
Let's see, Trustee Cavazos, I'll turn on your mic.
All right. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Trustee Williams, for that question. I need to check in with the president first on as far as our scope can go, since this is just a vote on whether to bring the appeal forward and how much detail can I go into, since it is not actually do I need to check in with council?
No, I'm actually just asking for your opinion as itself. Like, do you think that our current public policy or comment policy is limited?
Yes, I do. Otherwise, I would not have brought this item forward.
And I'm asking why do you think it's that way?
All
Like, why
right,
do
if
you
you'll
think
give me a
it's limited?
chance, I will go ahead and answer the question. I do feel that it is limited for some of the reasons that have already been stated publicly, and that is that, you know, we do all have lives, and we do have students who are really engaged and interested. And when we did have the policy of allowing them to go first, I realized that we checked in with council at one time, and I believe, and council, please correct me if I'm wrong, that a question was asked about that students could not be designated as being able to go first because that would be,
Discriminatory.
that it would be discriminatory, yet we did have that policy for some time. The other reason is having the policy at the beginning, having the public comment, I'm sorry, at the beginning of the, shall we say, the work session for not knowing whether to be on a regular session or a work session, that it does give an opportunity for us to limit it. If we have to say 20 minutes, and then when I was president, when President Brooks was president, when President Cepeda was president, we did have the discretion that if we only had like 2 or 3 people left, we would go ahead and extend it 5 or 10 minutes. The other reason that I think that it's important is that we have families that come here, and they have small children that they need to get to bed, so we allowed them some discretion also. So yes, I pretty much agree with the constituents' concerns that have been brought forward. And I did want to let the public know that President Garcia Morales had put this on the agenda for the December work session, but unfortunately, due to the tragic shooting at UNLV on that day, we did go ahead and cancel that. So she did have that on the agenda before.
Okay. I appreciate your comments, none of which I think is actually your opinion, so I'm just going to go ahead and say my comments.
And Trustee Williams, not to, well, to cut you off.
It's okay.
If we could just stick to Trustee Cavazos and Trustee Cavazos's opinion and President Garcia Morales's reason for the decline.
Sure. So here's kind of where I see this. I remember back in a time when I first got elected that these board meetings were 7 hours long.
Trustee Williams, I believe I'm getting an aye from Trustee.
Am I allowed to
is
say
it
my
the-
comments or no?
Council, can
No.
you please clarify?
For today, just Trustee Cavazos' reasons for supporting the item and President Garcia Morales's reasons for declining the request.
I'm sorry, I misled the board thinking that we could have a discussion on
Oh,
this
so it's no
item.
discussion
I'm
today?
sorry, yes.
Okay.
It
Thank
would
you.
come for discussion if approved today by a majority.
So then what are we currently?
It looks like we've already heard from public comment. We have heard from Trustee Cavazos, who's bringing the item before us, and you've heard my decision to decline. At this point, if there is a motion, we will entertain
Then can I
that.
make a motion?
Trustee Williams?
I would like to make a motion to decline this item.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll second, but I have a question, and then I might want to do an amendment. Is the Council of Great City Schools work that we're doing, I could have sworn the timeline had something about a policy review at the end?
It does, it includes that in the
So
timeline.
if the maker of the motion would allow it, I'd like to amend the motion to decline it, noting that this will be folded into the work with the Council of Great City Schools when that timeline comes up.
Trustee Williams?
Yeah, that's fine, because I think that at that point that our, I guess you would say our liaisons with the Council of Great City Schools would be helping us remake those policies in general anyway. And it wouldn't make sense to remake all of them but this one.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. It sounds like we have a amendment. Trustee Williams has accepted the amendment. Colleagues, we currently have a motion on the floor to decline the request, considering that this item is going to come back with the work of the Council of Great City Schools. Did I capture that correctly? Okay. All right. Let's call for the vote. Trustee Cavazos.
Yes, in relationship to what Trustee Brooks has proposed, do we have a timeline on when this actually would come back, that this policy would actually be revisited in thinking of how this would affect our constituents? Do we have a timeline?
We have all received that with the work of the Council of Great City Schools. We have prioritized, and we can move things up if we desire, but we have prioritized community meetings and then training, and we have prioritized our goals, establishing the guardrails, and that's an item that actually will be discussed here shortly on the agenda as well. So all that to say is that we have received information on the timeline. The timeline right now has shifted because of our change in priorities, but it's really incumbent on the board. Trustee Cavazos?
All right, so basically just for the sake of our public, and we have looked at that, I have looked at it, you're correct, we've all received that. So basically, we don't really know a time, we just basically have to, and I know that that's on the agenda today with further training, so we don't really have an idea, as opposed to if this were something that was to pass today with the appeal to bring it back, it could be something that at the president's discretion could conceivably be put on the April work session to be taken care of as soon as possible, as opposed to the work that we're doing with the Council of Great City School, where it could be months, conceivably. Is that correct?
I don't know that it's, I can't predict the discussion that's going to take place during the Council of Great City Schools conversation, but if that is a priority of the board, I think that it would be incumbent on the board to indicate that to the next steps. So I'm sorry, Trustee Cavazos, I don't have a definitive piece for you, but I do hear you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. The motion, we have a motion on the floor, colleagues, to decline this item at this time, noting the work of the Council of Great City Schools is going to be supporting us with this work. Can I call for the, thank you so much. Please cast your vote. Trustee Zamora?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. That motion stands 4-3. This item at this time will not be coming before the board in the formal sense, the way that has been requested. However, for the record, for the purposes of the discussion, it is an item that will be coming with the work of the Council of Great City Schools. All right, colleagues, we're going to move on to item 2.01. This is an action item, so individuals who would like to speak on this item are welcome to submit their yellow cards if they haven't signed up in advance or submitted their card already. And we'll give individuals a moment to come submit those and bring them up. Colleagues, I'd like to, this item specifically is the long-term planning appointment of a superintendent, discussion and possible action on long-term planning for next steps in selecting a superintendent. Thank you. I'd like to, as I organize my files here. Thank you. Okay. We are going to, I'd like to offer a couple of things and orient ourselves when it comes to preparing for this discussion, colleagues. In order to orient us, I'd like to go over the following items. How this item arrived to us, homework requested on February 27th via email on reference material attached to our packet. How we will move forward through this item today, and then tips and desired or alignment. So how we arrived today, based on our last meeting on the, well, even before that, actually before our last meeting, but at our last meeting we had a discussion item only where I provided reference material that lists some information about it's item specifically 2.01A, the superintendent search methodologies. I provided this to you as a tool or a reference point and asked you to please come prepared to this meeting to discuss this item and additionally go collect facts so that we can discuss and take action today ultimately. The homework that I requested was threefold and fourfold for a couple of members. One, it was to prepare a list of pros and cons for each search type. Two, review the process of municipalities use to hire their leaders. Three, research superintendent search trends nationally and locally. And for Trustee Cavazos and Trustee Brooks, who are our most seasoned members, based on your experience, I ask that you please come prepared to share what you learned and what you would change from the 2017-2018 search process that took place. And again, to help you prepare for this particular conversation, I provided several pieces of reference material. And I've already mentioned 2.01A, which is the methodologies. I provided a GP3, which is board responsibilities. It's 2.01B. I provided the superintendent search firm selection. I believe a couple of members had questions about the last superintendent search firm process, and so this is the documentation that has a list of companies who submitted an RFP. Okay, that's 2.01C. I went through and also provided you a 2.01D, which is the minutes of the meeting on November 30th, where there was a superintendent search firm selected to provide you additional context. These minutes are really helpful resources because they kind of help us go back in time and identify what discussions took place for members at the time. And then 2.01E, which provide this purchasing awards cost of the contract, and 2.01F that has the timeline that was used for 2.1F that provides the timeline of the search process utilized in the last superintendent search. And then that's 2.02. Nope, that's a different material. That is for the council grade school. So that ends at 2.01F. I also provided some additional material, like an article from the Education Week on 3 questions to help districts find the right superintendent search. I provided the superintendent research project PowerPoint and again, material to help us prepare for today's discussion. Thank you for your homework on those particular items. And then with your support, I'd like to begin by I'd like to go through this process. This is what I'm thinking. I'd like to be, with your support, I'd like to begin with knowledge sharing from our most seasoned members, Trustee Brooks and Trustee Cavazos, followed by conversation in terms of the search trends nationally and in our state, process municipalities use to hire from their leader, I'd like to have in these particular pieces the pros and cons. It's really a discussion, one round of discussion by the board, and then we'll go on to public comment, and then we'll do a second round of discussion by members, and then hopefully an action. Does that sound like a good pathway forward, so that we get both our talking points, our homework shared with each other, and then of course give members of the audience a chance to provide their remarks. Okay. Right, and because this was brought up already actually by public comment, and because I included it in the reference material, I shared over the weekend that out of respect for each other and our community, I ask you respectfully to limit your access to technology. This will ensure that we're listening to each other And given that we are experts in this space and responsible for determining what our community wants, it's really important that we honor that for each other and limit engagement with members of the audience. I also would like to note that your messages, anything that you can do to conduct during your time as a trustee is subject to open meeting law, and I don't want any of us to be in a situation where we're compromising each other's work. Thank you to our members who suggested that our homework also become part of the record to create a transparent process, and I invite any members who would like to provide their assignments and who brought a written documentation to share that into the record. And finally, before I fully turn this over to Trustee Cavazos and then Trustee Brooks to begin with the knowledge sharing, I think we have a really unique opportunity to create alignment and unity for our community through these next steps. Our next permanent superintendent will be served by a transparent process that weighs the experts of its members on the board and the organization and acknowledges the hopes of our community. We have been lobbied in one way or another. Many of us have been lobbied in one way or another by groups who have a lot to gain in distracting us from our mission. Students, and I want to be abundantly clear that there is a larger community made up of families and community members who are quiet, and all they want is for their kids to have a quality education, quality educators, and quality educational experience. And at this time, I'd like to turn this over to our most seasoned members to walk us through their knowledge sharing. Trustee Cavazos, would you like to go first?
President Garcia Morales, I'm going to defer to Trustee Brooks, who does have 8.5 months seniority on me. Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos, that sounds good, and then I'll turn it over to you after she's done. Okay, great, thank you. Trustee Brooks, with their 8 months seniority.
Thank you, Madam President. For me, I probably would have started with figuring out if I wanted to do an external or internal candidate, because that would have saved a lot of time. I also would have been more reflective of what my overall goal was and what I was trying to accomplish. I would have done more research about the history of the district and the types of searches. Definitely, I think some of the work around what the national trends are with superintendent searches is something that I think is a good move and that I would have done. I would have probably zoomed out a bit. I think that I was bombarded constantly by a handful of people who had a very set idea of exactly how things should play out. And as a more experienced member, I probably would have zoomed out and I would have listened to people who maybe aren't as obvious or aren't as vocal because their opinions matter just as much. I definitely would have formed, and that's how I started this process this time, is I actually started by listing my guiding questions, like what is it that is guiding my decision, because I think being objective, being fair, being transparent is important in this process. And those are some hard lessons that I learned.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you so much, and I thank Trustee Brooks for going first. And I do basically agree with you, Trustee Brooks, on what you just stated, especially on as far as having some clear goals as far as an internal and external. I'd like to go ahead and I believe that Trustee Brooks talked more about what she kind of wished that we would have done a little bit better. I'd like to start and say what I thought we did right, what I think that we did right, and some things that more in a positive direction, and that's that we did try to include the community. We had a series of community meetings. I think that the mode in which we communicated the availability of those meetings and publicized it, I think we could have done that a little bit better. So I'm going to kind of go with, yes and no to save time here, President Garcia Morales. So I think that it was an open search. Again, looking at the modes of being able to reach people in a little bit better way. I think we could have used social media a little bit better. Deciding on a search firm, I believe personally, in retrospect, 2018, we started in 2017. I think the timeline was reasonable, but I believe that as we were trying to, interview the different search firms and do the background on them, we needed to do a little bit more follow-up on who these search firms were, and a little bit more on the ground in the trenches and seeing who they had actually helped hire and how those superintendents that they had hired were now doing. So I think that we did do a good job on attempting to do that. I believe that we did some good work on setting some guidelines, but I think that we need to be more specific this time on setting what our clear goals and our expectations are, so that if we do decide to go with a search firm or we don't, that we are basically knowing what we are expecting of our candidates, setting some minimum qualifications, and knowing whether these candidates, either brought to us by a search firm, a focus committee, whatever route we decide to take, that we know that they meet those expectations. The other thing that I believe that we did fairly well was that we did have a series of interviews. Some of those interviews were, and I don't remember, Trustee Brooks might be able to help me out with this. I know there were a couple of times that we had to change the pattern of interviews that we were going to do, because I believe that our president, Deanna Wright, at the time, I believe she was ill and she had to miss a couple of interviews. So we had kind of a round robin that we were doing where we met with each candidate in groups, maybe one or two. So we had to change that kind of like at the last minute. So it kind of threw us off a little bit, and we didn't have a backup plan. So I think that this time we need to be clear that this is what we'd like to do, but if that is not able to be done, do we have a backup plan to be able to do that? And the last thing I believe that we need to do is that we did reach out to the community, we did have community meetings, but I believe that we need to get a little bit more focused on talking to our students, our educators, our business partners, our nonprofits, everybody, every entity in the community, so that everybody feels that they have a voice. So maybe instead of just having one big community meeting where just maybe like 7 people show up, we're able to say, okay, we're going to do this meeting with educators, we're going to do this meeting with maybe our business partners, we're going to do this meeting with maybe the administrators, but that everybody feels included, and especially our students. I can't tell you how good it makes me feel when we get emails from our students saying, I want to be involved, but how do I do it? So that's what I have right now.
Thank you very much, Trustee Cavazos. Appreciate both you and Trustee Brooks for sharing your knowledge, kind of jogging your memory to that moment, and reflecting on the good things and the challenges that took place. Appreciate your perspective and sharing that with the board. Okay, colleagues, I think at this time we're going to turn it over to discussion based on the assignments that we asked of each other. And we'll turn it over to the queue to go through and share your homework and your reflections around your homework. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I'm sure you're really surprised I did my homework. So I took a look at your questions that you posed, and I went through some of the different ways that superintendents across the state are chosen. The first question that you had, if we go through, it's what type of application process does the board want to engage in? And I really thought about that, and I thought, I think we need some guidance on that, because we all have our thought process on what a superintendent is and what their responsibilities are. And so I thought a third party to guide us through that. That way that they wouldn't have a bias. I think we all have a bias for our own districts. I know I do. I admit it wholeheartedly about my bias. So I'm going to look for a superintendent who's going to want to read to my kids, in my district, that kind of thing. So that was something that I put in. Your second question, to provide additional depth to the conversation, please research the following items. I didn't get a chance to find out about how Henderson appoints members to the board for their city manager, but what I did was I looked at our state trends and what our state is doing, because I am very involved with that, and they all are using search, a third-party search. And it was interesting because in Churchill County, when I was there, they specifically said that they went through a third party. And even though they chose their deputy superintendent, they feel like the deputy superintendent knows that he was the best choice for Churchill County, because they spread their net wide. And so he owns that, and he is really a great superintendent and does great work. So I thought that was interesting. And then I also looked at Ray and Associates that was quoted on Marketplace on NPR. And yeah, that's right. I listen to NPR. Okay, so they encourage states to create homegrown superintendents. So I thought that was really interesting, because there is such a shortage of superintendents out there right now, because they can make more money as a CEO of a company than they can as a superintendent. And then the last thing was that a superintendent needs to understand the political aspects of the job, and not think that the politicians will look at the good that we have going on. They're going to listen to their constituents, and they need, and some of the bad things, because I mean, people like to complain and put forward something that isn't great, rather than showing what is great. And an example of that, Ellis Elementary has an amazing Read Across America going on right now. It is a phenomenal program, and it would be great if politicians from Henderson were actually there and looking at it and noting the great work that we're doing there. But luckily, you know, there are other people like me who are out there looking at it that can actually express that. But a superintendent that knows that it's not just the tough parts of the job, but it's the good stuff too.
Thank you for your insight, Trustee Guzman. Appreciate that, your perspective. Colleagues, who's next? Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Trustee Guzman, for bringing up about the third party and objective party to be able to do this. I will save a lot of time by just saying that I lean toward a national search, something that would be inclusive of local and state candidates, not eliminating anyone who presents themselves as being eligible. I think that we, as I mentioned before in my previous comments, I think that we need to be very cognizant of the search firms and what their success rate has been, not just saying, okay, this looks good on paper, this looks good on a computer screen, but the superintendents that they have hired, how are they doing in the districts where they've gotten them hired? The other thing is that we need to go beyond the resumes. I believe that we needed to do more follow-up last time. I think it was Dr. Young last time that had said that they wanted to do more. She wanted a little bit more time to do on-site visits, and I'm going to be honest with you, I was against that at that time. We were at the end of the process, and I felt that, you know, we had enough material. I'm going to say right now that I believe I was wrong, and that we should have followed up a little bit more and talked to people who had actually worked with these candidates. What was their managerial style? How did they do with the employees? How did they do with the staff? How did they do with the communications with the community. So I think that this is something to where we need to be inclusive of everyone, but again, repeating Trustee Guzman, is that it may be somebody right here in our district, our state, or maybe someone else, but that we do need to cast a wide net to see who's out there. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. It sounds like, to be clear, you have some more pros for the national search based off of the assignment at hand. Did you have any additional items that you wanted to share regarding our assignment? No. Nothing else? Okay. No. Oh, forgive me here.
I was going to save that because of your format where we were going to do public comment and then come back, so I wouldn't take too much time.
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Esparza-Stroff again. Thank you for helping us with discussing the pros and cons and discussing the items that are on our screen up in front of us regarding future discussion. Thank you, Trustee Esparza-Stroff again.
So I think at our last board meeting, I was the one to kind of comment about what are the lessons that we learned from the last search. And I appreciate, President Morales, that you gave us the minutes from the last process. That was very helpful as a new trustee to really dig into those parts. There's a lot I would like to say, but I'm going to hold off on really getting to the point of the matter. I did my homework, like we were asked. And I think my homework shows me more on the national search side of things, in fairness, even to internal candidates, so that we can lead with curiosity and not judgment. And what I mean by that is that we need to be fair to even internal candidates so that they can, if they rise with the qualifications that are going to be established by us to identify after listening to the community's input, that profile can be met in order to meet the needs of our community. I do want to come back to a comment that Trustee Cavazos said regarding the search firm, because I dug really deep into that and I found something that was quite concerning. I'll come back to that piece. Homework from what other municipalities have done with their searches. So I do represent the municipality of Henderson proudly. And I did have a conversation with the individuals about what is their process. They do definitely do searches and use external search consultants. They do online job postings like we all do, national, regional advertising. They definitely have a process for how they utilize rubrics and a profile to identify those individuals that best meet the needs of that community. It could end up where a candidate might be an internal hire, but they do cast that net wide, and it could be up to a 3 to 4 month process. What I found very telling and very important, and what they've done in the past, is they have a community interview panel included, and they did that with one of their last selections for their police chief. So I just want to share with you, I love the way that they engage the community. And I think that's an opportunity for us to really do the same with our process, which should not be rushed. Okay, the last point I'm going to mention about my concern. The search firm Ray & Associates that they were selected through the RFP, there was an individual specifically mentioned in the minutes. Later, recently, I found that one of those individuals was also now a consultant hired by the former superintendent as a consultant to that superintendent directly. So I think we need to be very clear, even with when we make a selection of a firm, that there's no conflicts of interest thereafter, because the optics of that is just not something we want to carry forward. And it just, for me, it looked very suspect and conflict of interest. So when we're doing the search, I think in the contract, which we also were given, we need to stipulate that there will be no thereafter agreements, MOAs or MOUs, or purchase for consultants of the selected individual that could serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Esparza-Stroff again. Could you help us also clarify the current city manager? Were they selected from a national pool, or were they otherwise? How were they chosen? And I don't see you in the queue. I need you to jump in to the queue. Oh, Here we are. Yes. Trustee Sparsa-Stroff again?
President Morales, would you restate that so I can read it verbatim?
Yes. Specifically, if you could give us guidance on the current city manager, were they selected from a pool of candidates? Were they appointed? What was the process of this current city manager?
Happy to have that answer for you. I will share. The national searches may still end with the selection of a local candidate. In this case, they did have a selection of the city manager was an internal in 2015. Yet, a robust selection process was provided with confidence validation, and the best decision was made to meet the need and the fit with that community.
Very good. So it was an internal appointment. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that insight. Trustee Satori, I believe you're next.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, can you go back on the queue, please, and then I'll turn you on. Nope, there we go. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, and I am echoing some of the same sentiments I heard. So I do overall agree with the national search, but I just kind of weighed the pros and cons, so I'll kind of speak to some of those bullet points that I made. But some of the things that definitely rang true in my research was deciding up front, as Trustee Cavazos had mentioned, if we want an external or internal candidate, because it is, you know, kind of keeping that honesty, because what are we looking for? Because then if the intention is to find someone internally, someone that knows our district, we're going through an expense and a process when we have the final outcome already in mind. So already just being honest of what are we looking for? Do we want to cast that wide net? Are we really looking for, and I'm not saying one way or the other if I feel like it is internal or we should be external. But we need to agree. We need to come to a consensus upon that before moving forward. So then I agree that national search can be the best way to find the person out there, because I don't really think that we have the capabilities to do that ourselves and to cast that net that wide. From what I'm seeing too, the superintendent pool is really shrinking a lot, and so we would need to utilize a firm that can really get that communication and that marketing out there better than we can ourselves. Nationwide firm, I also agree, it was stated, helps eliminate that bias. So if we are then going with that, saying we do not have the person in mind, we need the nationwide firm, it helps eliminate the bias. It helps them really evaluate each candidate, you know, without any preconceived notions, and bring those forward to us. Also determining those top priorities in that RFP and getting that community input for that, that was stated as well, that I definitely agree that is a huge component. I have been part of a lot of those hiring process for administrators and such, where we've had like a committee to do those interviews. I found it very helpful, so I would love to see that process as well for that interviewing process. When I spoke to some of the municipalities and some of those positions in leadership like that, the majority of the times it seems that they were kind of planning for that and had been essentially training and teaching someone within, but when that person wasn't there, then they utilized a third party or nationwide as well. Another thing really to consider in going with the nationwide is also the timeline, because in some that I had spoken to, they said it did end up being like 9 to 12 months. It ended up extending longer than they had anticipated. And then the concern is, which I think, you know, we can be upfront possibly with that firm of, this is the timeline, we want them to begin at the start of we need to see it be complete by the beginning of next school year, because otherwise if we do end up with turnover of board, it could then kind of start that process all over, and then we're going to have a much lengthier search as it, you know, pans out. So kind of knowing if the goal is to get them with the current board, and by next school year we have to start with that timeline in mind and make sure that it doesn't kind of continue out, and kind of pre-plan that timeline so that we can get everything, all the work done that we need to get done. Definitely I got a lot of the feedback as well about going to see the people, because many people interview well and then they are not what they seem. Even when you do reference checks and all of that, it doesn't pan out. So got a lot of feedback from prior searches that part was crucial on going to not only interviewing them, but also going to their communities, getting feedback from their communities as well, without violating open meeting laws, of course. The other concern I heard was sometimes the firms of asking to be able to see all of the candidates that were submitted, because there was some concern from some prior board members I'd spoken to of, they presented the finals, but then they realized that there were other ones that might have been more qualified, and of knowing why those selections were made. Why were these people eliminated, and why were these, but still being able to see them. Like, I think we need to see all of the candidates and then be able to have it presented to us of why they selected those, say, 3 to 5, or how many are submitted forward. And I feel like there was one more thing I wanted to. I think that's pretty well, that pretty much covers my thoughts. But again, I will emphasize too that, just kind of weighing pros and cons, I do feel that we are in the position to utilize the nationwide search.
Thank you, Trustee Satori. And I believe you shared this, and I want to clarify. You mentioned the county equivalent of the city manager. Was it a search nationally as well, or an appointment?
It seemed like there had been some different, that there had been some nationwide and some that were more a smaller, like Indeed type thing, that there had been some positions, but when the larger scale positions, when those types of ones, that it's more of a nationwide third-party search.
And this current
Seems to happen
equivalent-
more rarely because, like I said, typically the goal is that they are kind of forward thinking of that and saying, how are we preparing someone, that we know and feel comfortable with, but those times arise where you don't have that situation, or the needs of the community and, and the goals of what direction we need to go might not lend itself to that.
I see. So it's more of a, from what I hear you saying, it is a intentional direction to cultivate internal talent to be able to provide an appointment is a preferred path versus a path that would require a national search. Got it. Thank you, Trustee Satori. I'm going to turn off your mic, or if you could help me turn off your mic so I can turn on Trustee Bustamante Adams. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I won't repeat some of the stuff that's said, but what I do want to add is that I agree with the pro side of the national search. And one of the things that I have found is that the trend is not just to look at educational-only research firms. So they are casting the net wider, and they're looking at executive search firms, right? And so the person could have an educational background maybe earlier in their career, but then they have business or life experience outside of that makes them such a better candidate. So we could go that traditional route, or also look for an executive search firm that does have also an educational strand. So food for thought. I also want the community to know that since January, this board, under our board president leadership, has the focus of community engagement. From day one, all 11 of us agreed that we can't do it without you. And the other national trend is that community engagement, so that the community has ownership. We're not the same community we were in 2017. We have grown. We're going in a different direction. The business community is going to come up and share the fact that we're trying to cultivate industries that are not even here yet, right? We're looking at fintech and biochemical and biomedical. And so we are the supply side, and we have to meet the demand side. And so I think that's why the community engagement and that ownership is going to be critical for our success. I would also say that the national trend is about aligning workforce development, economic development, and education. It's intersecting. We can't do it alone. And so that's why the community engagement is so critical. I would have to say that I also took part in several NSHE Chancellor community boards or committees. I think that's what they called it. And when we were looking for the president of UNLV and also for the chancellor, I, as an individual representative of the community, got to weigh in on what we were looking for. We got to interview the candidates. And so that's another best practice I think that would work well here. One, because we need ownership from the different community stakeholders. But in addition, even though that community may crucify the person when they make a mistake, heaven forbid, but at least there's ownership. Felt like we had a say in the process of the next president of UNLV several years back, and also the next chancellor for the higher ed institutions. And I would just say that I would be happy to submit my local municipality homework as well. I won't repeat it, but I do think that if we are not in unison on the right things that we want,
we're going to make it a nightmare for that person, whoever's going to come in next, to help us to get our kids to meet the demand side of this equation. And so it's upon us to make sure that we're asking for the criteria that we want. And that person right now is probably watching us, either nationally or locally, and figuring out how we make this work for that individual. And so that's my 2 cents, and I'd be happy to submit my homework.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Watson.
Thank you, Madam President. Just really quickly, because everyone has spoken eloquently about their role. For the City of North Las Vegas, we have done both internal and external hirings. The previous, or the last city manager was hired externally, so, but it does not mean that it's either or. It's just that whatever is the best choice for that position. And my personal thinking is that we do need to cast the net wide and do a national search, because that's going to give you more opportunities to get the right and best fit for this Clark County School District. Some of the things I want to make sure that we look for or what we do is definitely community input. We have to have community input, as that's been stressed a number of times. And I think we also need to engage students, because students are the ones who are going to be under this regime as far as a superintendent and what their goals and moving forward. That's going to be critical, in my opinion. The other thing is that the ones that I do know that we need to include is educators, parents, students, and as far as the superintendent is concerned, it's about results. Bottom line, it's about producing results. You can have all the great things on a resume, but it's about producing results for the kids. And you got to have the input from and buy-in from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Watson. And I heard you say that the current city manager is selected from a national search, right? Correct. I want to give you a chance to state that. Yeah. Go ahead.
That is my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move on to continue down the queue here to members who have not had a chance to speak, and then I'll circle back to members who have spoken. Trustee Williams.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple comments, honestly. I think, number one, it's really important to know that we're not going to make everybody happy. No matter what we choose, someone's going to be upset, and we're going to get hate comments like we always do. So it's just knowing that going into it. I also think that I want us to be aware that while, yes, we want community input and parent input and teacher input and student input, understand that our community changes every 4 years on average. Like, we are the most socially diverse community inside the entire nation, maybe with outside of New York or maybe LA. I also think that I'm not necessarily opposed to an outside search. I'm also not against it or against it or for it. Either way, I think I'm more neutral than anything on that one. And then as far as a couple comments were made about getting kind of like at these outside search firms, looking at who have they hired and who's still there and how do they interact. I think that's great, and you absolutely should do that, except for the fact that you should also understand that our board is not like any other board, right? We sit in just a very diverse economy, and we also have some appointed board members. While there are other appointed board members in the nation, those are typically voting members that are appointed by the state legislature or by the cities or anything else like that. So I think that's really important to note. I also don't know what the dynamic is between their board and their superintendents and their state board of education, so you have to be aware of that as well. And then understanding that, like, this is such a weird district in the sense that we have a decentralized district and it's also centralized at the same time. So our board is never going to interact with the superintendent like, I would say, California would, right? It's just a very, very different world. So I just want to put those out there. I don't really have any comments other than that. That's pretty much kind of what I'm thinking as I'm hearing everybody. I just want to make sure that if we go forward with a national search, that everybody, all 11 of us on this board are at the same time, because the moment that we get public pressure, if we have a break in the system, it's just going to be chaos, and we don't need chaos in our district when we really just need stability constantly. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to go a little bit more linear in nature because that's how I've kind of formed my process. I did go through and read the minutes for all of the municipalities. Every single one of them were direct hires. One of them from the city of Henderson was after a national search. On average, they worked about 20 years with their municipalities. I didn't see any evidence of them doing national. I did see that it was posted online and people probably could apply nationally, but I didn't see them hire any search firms or anything like that. I feel like a majority of the board might have already made their decision, but I am going to state the pros and cons in a linear nature because I've already written them out. So for national search, I think the pros are members of the public have been very supportive in public meetings. It allows the board to collaborate with the community, provided they place an intentional focus on prioritizing broader community input. It would yield a higher number of applicants. An external candidate could bring a fresh perspective. Some people will respect an internal hire more if a national search is conducted. That's what I have for national pros. For cons, I have some members of the public were vocally supportive last time. Some became unhappy during the actual process and it was open up to internal candidates. Some were unhappy immediately after the results were publicly available. Some were unhappy a few months later. There was a very competitive job market for superintendents. The job landscape for superintendents has shifted considerably since 2016. Over 50% of urban superintendents have been hired within the last few years. The shortage of top-level talent has resulted in individuals with very minimum experience being placed in top roles. The political climate in the Nevada education sector makes the job very unattractive. A large number of urban school districts completed national searches recently and hired locally after an expensive and lengthy process, and I think we have an opportunity to learn from them. Additional costs beyond what the board spent on the severance package of the outgoing superintendent. Washoe's budget is $100,000. The costs include the search firm expenses as well as travel expenses for candidates. The search for Clark is going to be more expensive. It could yield the same exact outcome, which equates to wasted resources, energy, and time. While some members of the public will be satisfied with the extra effort, the broader community might not be as understanding. Vocal support has been given for a national search by well-connected groups, but average constituents seem more supportive of internal hire. It's a lengthy process, 4 to 6 months minimum. A lot of the work the board is committed to doing with the council can't begin until either process is completed. Doing both at the same time is fair to the interim and will get confusing for the board and the community. Delayed tasks include much-needed conversations around adding depth in data reporting and revising goals and guardrails. And the longer the process takes, the less focused the board will become and the less we focus on monitoring student outcomes. Delays will also result in the bulk of the Council of Great Cities Schools work being completed by inexperienced board members. They'll need to start back at square one before they can contribute. You're going to lose some institutional knowledge at the board level when election cycles happen, and your work with the council will become exceptionally challenging. Members of the community have expressed a desire to have someone in place before the start of the school year, which is very less likely to occur in a national search. The process of engaging in a national search automatically creates district instability. It could possibly lead to the most experienced staff transitioning out, which will cause significant institutional loss. Institutional knowledge loss. The instability will benefit external groups at the expense of students and families. Uncertainty at the top could lead to a loss of high-level positions, and these high-level positions have become increasingly difficult to replace. For instance, when there was some friction at the board in 2021, it actually resulted in several of the high-level positions being vacant for 6 months. Many of the changes the district implemented within the last few years were a fresh perspective, and they weren't all well received by the community. Some of the district's challenges are foundational in nature and require the focus to be regrounding ourselves in the basics and examining staff workloads and priorities. Sometimes when people say fresh perspective, what they really mean is they want to improve things, they want to have better communication, they want to make sure things are implemented properly. Internal candidates are almost always better poised to address this, provided they have the right alignment between skills and current needs. The upcoming legislative session will clearly focus on accountability in the education sector. Any external candidate hired prior to the next session will not have enough insight to successfully counter false political narratives at the legislative level. Hiring an external candidate is unlikely to reverse the trend of the district being directly targeted by legislators partnering with the district's largest bargaining unit. A single external candidate is unlikely to be approved unanimously by the voting members of the board. So hiring an external candidate last time created an instant division within the board and within the broader community. So whichever decision is made, it's unlikely to be unanimous, and a national search will provide ample opportunity for board dysfunction. In addition, this is my last, actually I have more, but I'll wrap this part up. Some members of the board have already signaled a preference for an internal person, so you're gonna have a much smaller pool of candidates to choose from because not a lot of really experienced board members or superintendents wanna actually come on a board that automatically has a divide. That is the pros and cons. I was kind of looking for some more, to pull some pros and cons out of what my peers have suggested for the national search. So if you have something to add to this that you think is a pro, I'm willing to hear it in round 2. And then I'll do the pros and cons for the local state search. So for the local state search, the pros are there's examples of this process successfully occurring. Brian Cram, Claude Perkins, Kenny Gwynn, Walt Ruffles, and Pat Skorkowski, all of them were internal hires. And until the year 2000 or so, the district seemed to have a process where you did train up. You had institutional knowledge because there was an expectation that you were gonna have some stability in the district. It also, like I just said, allows for institutional knowledge to be maintained. It prevents an external hire from having to learn very hard public lessons that I think we've all learned. There is a reason successful organizations create a culture that includes succession planning, and deep organizational change takes a decade, and you cannot possibly do it if you're constantly hiring externally and you don't address succession planning. You can create stability if you hire internally, and you can still create a noticeable shift. This is more likely if the board is intentional and is also willing to shift. I think this is where the work that we are building on right now comes into play with the council. You guarantee the person has extensive knowledge of what they're walking into. It prevents culture shock. 5 out of 17 Nevada school districts replaced their superintendent within the last year. Washoe's external hire only lasted a short time, partially due to culture adjustments. It minimizes the narrative that comes with hiring an external person who is frequently viewed as a short-term outsider without roots or loyalty to the community's children. It also allows for a reasonable amount of applications, but reduces the probability of hiring someone who won't be successful in the position. You can still allow for community feedback, but you acknowledge the reality of the national landscape related to superintendent searches and the need to actually have somebody who understands the landscape. Internal hires also have a longer average tenure, 7 years, when compared to external hires in the district, which is 4.7 years. Okay, my cons for, and there are quite a few cons, so it's not all roses over here. Some individuals will automatically
I'm going to start timing you if you don't quit it.
Some It's not that long. Some individuals will automatically dismiss an individual with extensive knowledge of the system. Inevitably, some members who have transitioned out of the district will apply. They are not going to receive the job regardless of the search method. And a local state search makes that a lot more obvious and can increase the friction between those people. The process will be messy because of open meeting law. And also, if you utilize a search firm, regardless of the process, you actually are able to maintain confidentiality, so you have more applicants. That's my pros and cons.
Thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Trustee Brooks. I'm going to turn it over, before we go to colleagues who are currently, would like to speak again, I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Zamora, see if she would like to provide any additional comment on the pros and cons assignment and discussion items that I asked of our colleagues. Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. My colleagues brought up a lot of great points when it comes to the national search, and I do agree with a lot of them. I just wanted to also add, because the community listening part was a huge talking point for a lot of them. As I was not on the board in 2018, I definitely remember seeing the community be participating in those conversations, but I'm also wanting to add that we need to take in that information. And I say that because one of the first interactions I had during this search for the superintendent, there was a lot of community input about just checking in with previous employees and checking in with the people they worked with, which I know one of my colleagues mentioned. And it seemed like it went unheard. So figuring out a way that we add, you know, keeping those conversations as we continue this. I do also lean more of a national search. I know the cost is much higher, and when we talk about money, it's always the first thing in our mind for many of us. But I think this would be a great investment. The pros that I think that we have right now is we have invested in like a culture climate research, which I, always bring up, and I think that's also a great thing to be able to use as we start our search. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. I want to acknowledge that Trustee Zamora and Trustee Williams are on the phone. Okay. Okay, colleagues, if you'll entertain my contributions to this discussion, I would appreciate it, and then I'll go potentially into the next part of this piece. A lot of the pros and cons about the national and the local or statewide list have already been brought up and addressed. I want to go over a couple of items that I felt like are a little different or have a different flavor to it. Before I go into that list, I think it's important to, one of the things that I'm hearing from my colleagues is that there is a very narrowing talent pool in the superintendent space, and that is, as I think about that, I think about my desired outcome to continue to focus on student outcomes and ultimately focus on the success of our students, I'm thinking about my son, actually, and in all the decisions that I make on behalf of this school district, I think about my boys, specifically my son who's currently at CCSD, who's age, and I think about the quality of education that I want for him and his friends, and so I want you to know that's the lens that I'm looking at this through, in addition to the organizational lens that is very much, I have the privilege of being a little closer to the functions of the organization. Trustee Zamora mentioned the culture and climate survey, and I'm so grateful that you continue to bring that up, Trustee Zamora, because prior to the departure of our superintendent, there had been work that had been moved to ensure, and the new members would not know this because we haven't had meetings yet to discuss these particular items, but there was progress being made, and I worry about a so one of the cons of a national search is that because of its lengthy time, we would be in a position to really have to reprioritize a lot of our goals in order to have assess our culture and climate. We have to have a leader at the top that's consistent, who sets the tone of the culture of the organization. I also believe on the con side of the national search, there is our current the current salary that we have set, that we've had for the last superintendent, is not competitive for experienced superintendents, which is what I hear consistently from the community. They want results. They want, and certainly I do too. You want results. You want a proven leader. You want a leader who has, experience with student outcomes, who hears the community, who is politically aware and doesn't fall into areas that could injure the district or hurt the district. But the reality is that, so if we're the 5th largest school district, there are 4 other school districts that have a superintendent. They would not, I don't see that them coming down to our pay range, because they all pay more, significantly more. And the reason I bring that up is because just not too long ago, we provided the last superintendent increase, and there was a significant amount of backlash. So I just can't imagine coming to this board and or the community and asking for additional resources to compensate a superintendent for the experience that we expect. That is worrisome for me personally. I also shared this earlier as well, but the intent to focus on student outcomes is a priority of mine, and I have appreciated my colleagues' support in that space. But this piece, which is absolutely a necessary and important project, will require an intense amount of energy and effort, and may require us to absolutely refocus our work with the council and any other projects like the culture and climate study. And then Trustee Brooks mentioned this already, but I think that it can't be emphasized enough that the outcome of any national search will create, potentially create a vacuum of lost knowledge that will take place in any transition. That any change in an organization automatically creates a loss of knowledge. And if we as a board and as we listen to the members of our community are truly focused on student outcomes, I wonder how making any decision to do a national search will impact the ongoing work that needs to take place in the stability of the organization. And I mentioned that because I know, based off of Washoe's search process, Douglas is currently under a search process, as Douglas County School District is under a search process. I believe there's one other, Lyon School District is also under, and that's out of the 17 school districts, 3 are currently undergoing a search process. So there is some competition on our end, and not to say that we have certainly a lot of benefits that these districts do not have. However, it is important to keep that in mind, and I think that is a con for both on the national scale and even the regional, local, state perspective. On the pro side of a local and state local and state superintendent search, I see that one of the things that I hear from my colleagues is that we want to be able to start our permanent superintendent by the start of the school year. That is August, and between now and August, we have 4 work sessions, 4 months essentially. I believe we begin the school year very early in August. So, in order to kind of get this work going, we really would have to. We would benefit from a local and state search just simply because of timing. It would be more cost effective and strategic and focused. I am in support of I believe that a search firm to help us focus our current needs and goals will be essential in this process. Someone to help us facilitate this discussion and ensure that we are creating a space for any candidates who want to participate in a search are feel comfortable with participating in it and not something that we necessarily facilitate. And I think other things to consider, questions that I specifically have that are that brought to my attention, that were very a part of this process with the pros and cons, looking at the national and regional. Certainly I have more pros for the local and state and more cons for the national process. Some things that came to mind are what path will best serve our students and our organization? How do we utilize this moment as an opportunity to build unity and support the district outside of special interest groups who have traditionally in the past, based on minutes and knowledge from members, have played a role in navigating or influencing the selection of the superintendent? How do we, in a very heavy manner, how do we manage competing priorities as a group? And I mentioned that as from the culture and climate study to the student outcomes work that we've engaged in. And then the bigger question that I have for all of us is what happens when community members who have advocated for this approach, one way or the other, are not satisfied with the board's decision or even choose to undermine this governing body's authority by creating division, ultimately losing focus on student outcomes. So again, those are some of the heavy questions that I asked myself, and one of the reasons why I, in my pros and cons list, have leaned towards a local and or regional focused search with the either executive search firm or some sort of firm that will support our focus to clarify our needs and goals of a next leader. Okay, colleagues, I believe everybody has had one round. Trustee Satori and Trustee Cavazos and Trustee Guzman, I see that you're in the queue. However, we did commit to hearing from the public before we go into another round of discussions. Are you comfortable with that?
I just have a follow-up question for Trustee Brooks to make sure I didn't write down the wrong.
Okay. Could that question wait? Is that okay? Could we wait to? Yeah. Yeah, is that okay? And Trustee Satori, similar? Thank you, thank you. There'll be a second round, and we'll provide everybody a chance to provide input. Thank you so much. I'd like to turn it over to public comment to hear from our audience and individuals who signed up in advance. I will begin with Mary Beth Seawald, followed by Amber Stidham and Glenn Christensen.
Good evening, School Board President Evelyn Garcia Morales and trustees. It's good to see you all tonight. For the record, my name is Mary Beth Seawald, President and CEO of the Vegas Chamber, speaking on Agenda Item 2.01. As many of you know, the Chamber is calling on you to conduct a national search for our next superintendent. We've testified at previous board meetings, and we penned a joint op-ed with the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance in yesterday's Las Vegas Review-Journal. I also announced it at our State of the Chamber and Board of Trustees installation luncheon last week to more than 900 business and community leaders, where it was met with much applause. Why is the national search so important to the Vegas Chamber, you might ask? It is because the superintendent is one of the most important leaders in the state of Nevada. The superintendent is responsible for overseeing an education system that has a profound impact on every aspect of our community, our economy, and our lives. The following organizations have all signed a letter urging you to conduct a national search for CCSD superintendent: the Vegas Chamber, the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, the Council for a Better Nevada, Clark County Education Association, Clark County Association of School Administrators and Professional Technical Employees, Henderson, Asian, Latin, and Urban Chambers, the Retail Association, Resort Association, Nevada Community Foundation, Andre Agassi Foundation, ACLU of Nevada, Nevada State AFL-CIO, the Engelstad Foundation, and Wing Song Trust. These organizations have all signed a letter urging you to conduct a national search to identify candidates who bring fresh perspectives and best practices of success. I cannot recall a time when such a broad and diverse coalition has come together for a single community cause.
Whomever the school board selects for this role should not be predetermined. This decision is far too important to be limited by geography, familiarity, or expediency. To set artificial barriers by only looking at local candidates will only disenchant and disenfranchise the entire community. The way a national search is conducted is also important. Plans from previous searches should not just be dusted off. That is why the Chamber encourages the school board to utilize a qualified search firm that has a strong reputation for finding top educational leadership and operational talent. A firm with a track record of identifying well-qualified candidates who embody the skill sets that our district needs to positively move the needle on student achievement. Serious questions should also be asked in this search. What is a candidate's success rate on factors such as college and career readiness, math and reading proficiency, and high school graduation rates? A qualified superintendent also needs to be a leader who inspires our administrators, our teachers, and our support staff to do their very best. Top candidates, whether local or national, need to be trusted by parents and respected by employers, civic leaders, policymakers, and the entire community. One thing is certain.
Mary Beth, thank you. Is Amber Sitham here? Stidham.
That works. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share comments. I'm Amber Stidham. I'm also a product of the Clark County School District, and I'm a mom of a student that's in the Clark County School District system. And I'm honored here to present on behalf of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, which was mentioned just earlier. And on behalf of our executive committee, we are the regional development authority for Southern Nevada. And you might ask, why would we be standing here? Our mission is to bring diverse business and industry along with those career opportunities to our region to drive economic growth and prosperity. What comes out of the public education system is incredibly important to us. Student attainment is incredibly important to all of us. For us at LVGEA, this is really all about student outcomes, not the convenience of a placement. The decision that you all make in this manner does directly impact all of us in this community, including the organization that I serve. As a representative of various stakeholders in Southern Nevada, including education, local government, business, nonprofits, and more. In fact, we have the largest public and private business board in the Southern Nevada area. This is a really vital role the superintendent plays in our community. For a number of reasons that were mentioned earlier by Mary Beth Seawald, and she did an excellent job. Public education is incredibly important to us. Additionally, knowing that this position represents one of the nation's largest school districts and more than a $3 billion budget, this role in placing the right person for our students and community is even more critically important. This is an executive position. This is really important to our community. And it's for those reasons that we urge the board to conduct a comprehensive national search for the next superintendent, ensuring transparency, setting clear qualifications, which I knew was discussed today, and facilitating a robust community involvement, because ultimately it's about educational attainment for our students. And because it was mentioned earlier too, I wanted to add even my own organization, when we're looking to hire for critically important roles, we still go out and do a search, even if we might have a person internally, because I owe it and we owe it to our team and to the clients that we serve to do an exhaustive search to find the absolute right candidate for these types of positions. And would love to operate a $3 billion budget, but that's a really important role. I just thank you for your time, and certainly if there's any questions or if you can lean on us as an organization to help, we're willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Followed by Lori Perdue and Jim Frazee.
President Garcia Morales and members of the Board of Trustees, I'm Glenn Christensen, Chairman of the Leadership Institute of Nevada and Chair of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance Policy Committee. Our community is at a critical inflection point with respect to public education. The board can meaningfully redirect the trajectory for student success, starting with its appointment of a new leader who will set the tone for excellence in every school within our system. However, the process for selecting our new leader is crucial, This is an opportunity for the board to embrace community concerns regarding public education and to set the path together for better student success. With respect, I propose the following steps for the process of selecting the new superintendent. 1. Given that several trustees are up for election in November, the selection of a new superintendent should begin after the election. This will ensure that a new superintendent will not be forced on the board by previous members, will be selected by trustees who have at least 2 or more years tenure, and will specifically establish accountability for the selection. 2, to ensure our community that we are getting the most qualified person to lead our most important community function, the education of our students, perform a national search, which would include local candidates. 3, consider appointing co-superintendents, one to guide the academic side of the organization and one to guide the operational and administrative side of the organization. This structure might be appropriate to alleviate some of the challenges in finding one person for the role who has these two disparate skill sets. 4, actively engage the community at large in a highly transparent way by creating a very inclusive and diverse committee to include recognized education advocates from the business and not-for-profit sectors, as well as parents, teachers, administrators, and students. The committee would engage with the board to identify the specific skills and management style ideal for the new superintendent role and compile a list for the board to engage the applicants as to how they would address challenges and opportunities like climate and culture in the buildings, discipline in the schools, building trust and confidence both within the system and with external stakeholders, and how to expand our nation-leading platforms like our magnet, robotic, and arts program. Thank you for your time and attention. You are faced with a difficult challenge. I hope through the process that the board can ultimately unanimously agree on the selection. That'd be a great start for the new leader. Thank you.
Lori Purdue. I don't see Lori standing up. We'll move on to Jim Frazee, followed by Michael Jan, and Nicole Rourke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just so you know, the next speaker, Michael Jan, is not here tonight. Okay. So, thank you, Madam President, distinguished trustees, interim superintendent. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee. I'm a high school teacher, and I also have the honor of being vice president of the largest bargaining unit you have that Trustee Brooks mentioned earlier. So, with all due respect, and I do mean that, with all due respect to the members who spoke for a local search and the pros and cons, I can just say, what nonsense. If you're talking about a loss of culture, which you have complained about, if the culture was coherent, competent, and successful, then that loss would be mourned. But no one can use those adjectives in CCSD in the same sentence for the last 6 years. You talk about the cost of an extended search, national search. But I respectfully say this board, this body, and the last superintendent has never met a consultant that they weren't willing to spend millions of dollars to. Our children, our families, our communities, our businesses need more. I would argue that no other school board in the country, except one run by you, Madam President, would even have this topic under discussion. A local and state search is, excuse me, a local and state search is not so subtle code for next person up in the failed JARA administration. That happens to be Brenda Larson Mitchell.
And Mr. Frazee, you know better than anyone else that I will pause your time.
Thank you.
Please do not make reference to staff, in this case, who are on the dais or anywhere at all.
Okay, we'll,
Thank you for being respectful in your remarks.
All right, thank you. I disagree with you, but CCSD is the largest employer in the state of Nevada. It runs the second largest transportation system. Including casinos, it runs the third largest food providing system. I would defer to Trustee Bustamante Adams's comment that you need an executive that has experience in a large organization, and that's not to be found currently. I would respectfully say that the next superintendent's most important job is to understand that he or she is in the people business. We deal with 300,000 students, 40-some thousand staff and families, and having someone who can deal coherently with people and bring people together is a must. It's not surprising if you would not listen to 82% of our members who got polled and said they wanted a national search. And by mention by name, 80% do not want the current interim superintendent. It's not surprising that every chamber and business organization, as well as labor, AFL-CIO, has also demanded a national search. They are the employers of our graduates. Their voices need to be heard. I thank you for your time.
Is Nicole Rourke here? Thank you, Nicole. And then Dr. Beamel, followed by Dejana Mitrovic.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales and members of the board. My name is Nicole Rourke, and I represent the City of Henderson as their Director of Government and Public Affairs. You have a really big job ahead of you. Selecting the next superintendent isn't easy, but nor should it be. We encourage you to take your time, seek community input, and develop qualifications that will lead to finding the best leader for this time. We encourage you to seek a leader who will take an open and honest look at the way this system educates students and treats staff. We encourage you to seek a leader who will take bold action to create learning environments and opportunities that will result in greatly improved student outcomes. We encourage you to seek a leader who will consider innovative solutions to supporting and improving schools. We encourage you to seek a leader who will give schools the autonomy to address the needs of their students while holding them accountable for results. We encourage you to seek a leader who will engage local governments, elected officials, state agencies, and nonprofit organizations who all have a vested interest in student success. And finally, we encourage you to seek a leader who can unify this board and our community. The only way you can know if you found a leader such as this is if you consider all interested candidates through a national search. Finally, the next superintendent must be selected by a unanimous vote. They have many challenges ahead of them, and they need each member's support. If this board can't provide that support, let the next board make this decision. The board that hires a superintendent should be the one that they will work for in the first years of their tenure. You have an acting leader, so take the time that this important decision requires. We encourage you to build community confidence by being bold, showing leadership, and taking a new direction. Thank you.
Dr. Beamel.
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. The task of finding a new superintendent is not one to take lightly. As I have stated so many times, we are a unique city, and it will take a unique individual to fix the broken parts of this district. We are not Colorado, we are not Los Angeles, and we are not Miami-Dade. Nationwide searches have not proven successful for CCSD when the evidence is in black and white, as Trustee Brooks pointed out. Our students suffer when we put ego and hubris above our students. Operationally, our new superintendent needs clear and consistent rules to follow, with clear and consistent guidelines, benchmarks, and goals. The requirements need to be crystal clearly outlined before you rope someone into this job who will try to promise things that cannot be kept. I do believe it was Trustee Esparza-Straffigan who pointed out that even with minimum F and minimum requirements, we couldn't get our district above 90% graduation rates. Our new superintendent cannot be the same old, same old. Our new superintendent should not be anywhere near Crable and the Council of Great City Schools. Our new superintendent should understand the transiency of CCSD, the unique ELL needs of CCSD, the tension amongst the board in CCSD, the top-heavy administration of CCSD, the dangerous game of promoting up from within underqualified candidates via backroom promises and thinly veiled threats in CCSD, the teacher shortage in CCSD, the beleaguered classrooms of CCSD, the pockets of greatness in CCSD, the learning loss in CCSD, the lack of consistency, transparency, and accountability in CCSD, and the need for fun in our classrooms in CCSD. The new superintendent has a heavy weight to carry and needs to have all of this spelled out before they even think about taking this job. You cannot promise them a diamond and hand them a lump of coal, then shine it up by giving them all the power and none of the responsibilities. No Garcia, no Jones, no Jara. We need someone who understands our culture, our climate, our cities, our state. Internal or external, make sure they actually do the job, care about students, staff, stakeholders, and moving the needle. It's silly to automatically assume we won't find this locally. Thank you.
And Dijana?
Diana Mitrovic, for the record. Dear Madam President, dear members of the Board of School Trustees, our family moved from Europe, where the best schools are public, where the schools have the gyms for the PE, and where the kids learn 2 foreign languages at elementary school. Here, my kids go to the Gouldsby Elementary. As a concerned parent and active member of the parent leadership team since 2019, I feel compelled to address some pressing issues within the CCSD. It's disheartening to see the decline in rankings, with even prominent schools like Vasiliadis experiencing a significant drop in ratings. And this downward trend, particularly in academic progress, is alarming and demands immediate attention. Furthermore, the recent demonstrations by the CCEA highlighted dissatisfaction among parents and teachers alike. We cannot afford to have our educators and students taking to the streets to demand strong leadership from CCSD. Nowadays, parents become substitute teachers, and the opportunity arose due to the critical shortage of teachers within our public school system, prompting parents to step in and assist. However, the cumbersome and efficient hiring process for substitute teachers causing the problems, and it takes an unreasonable long time for CCSD to conduct interviews despite the urgent need for substitute teachers on a daily basis. It's evident that our teachers are not happy, and neither are the parents. We urgently need nationwide search and strong leadership to address these systematic issues and restore confidence in CCSD. I implore the board to take decisive actions to streamline the hiring process and prioritize teacher support, implement measures to improve academic performance across the district. The time for passive observation has passed, and our community demands action, demands change, demands leadership worthy of our children's future. The erosion of our school's reputation, reflected in declining ratings, cannot be ignored. As a parent deeply entrenched in the educational fabric of the district, I've witnessed firsthand the dedication of our teachers, their tireless commitment to nurturing young minds despite overwhelming obstacles. Yet their efforts are met with disrespect, their profession devalued by bureaucratic incompetence, and we cannot allow this to continue. The demonstrations were not a mere protest, they were a rallying cry for a change. Parents stood shoulder to shoulder with educators and kids, demanding accountability, demanding respect. Our teachers and children deserve better than to be forced onto the streets to plead for the resources and support they need to succeed. I stand before you not just a concerned parent, but as a voice for the countless others who share my frustration, my anger, and my determination. We demand strong, capable leadership that could recognize invaluable role teachers play in the roles of the shaping our future community. And the time for empty promises and half measures is over. Time for bold, decisive action is now. And the future of our children, our community, and our society hangs in the national search and balance. Will you rise to the challenge, or will you allow our schools to languish in mediocrity? Thank you.
We'll move on to individuals who submitted a yellow card. Kenny Belknap, followed by Mr. Mackey. Ernest Mackey. So Kenny Belknap, Ernest Mackey, and then Jeff Horn.
Good evening, trustees. For the record, my name is Kenny Belknap. I'm a social studies teacher at Liberty High School, and I currently serve as the treasurer for the Clark County Education Association. The decision you are all about to make is going to set a course for this district and for the community's children for years to come. This decision is a golden opportunity to rebuild trust that has been shattered by this district and by this board over the last 6 years. But from what I've heard from the crowd and from you up on there on that dais, it seems like we're ready to squander it already. In starting this process, there are 4 things that I believe that you should be as central points of this search. It needs to be a national search to find the best candidate possible, with our locals included. Of course, let's look internally, but why cut our nose off just for the fact of expediency? We must find ways to be as transparent every step of the way, build back the trust, invite in every aspect of the community, your educators, your principals, your parents, your students. They deserve to have a say in this. It shouldn't just be rammed through with the small pool of candidates that we have here in Nevada. You all said it yourself. There are 5 superintendent searches right now. The pool in Nevada is very shallow. We have to extend that out to give our students an opportunity to have the best education they can possibly have. We also need to have minimum qualifications for these individuals. They need to have a background of moving the needle. This district is large, it's complicated. I've been a part of it my entire life as a student and now as a proud educator in this community. We need to have somebody with fresh eyes come in with quality background to try to move this needle forward. The answer isn't just picking someone from the outside, though. We have to have higher standards in this. We have to have track records, no more people with potential, but we need to have people that can build success from the school level to the county level and for our entire district. I urge you all to do the right thing tonight, to open this up to a national search. It will not harm anything taking our time to make such a large decision. If we rush it, we're going to do our children a disservice. And please, for once, live up to the saying that you've been using for the last 5 years. Be number one for kids. Put them first and put our egos and our trips for power behind us. Thank you.
Is Ernest Mackey present? Mr. Horn? Followed by Dan Price and Anna Binder. Mr. Mackey, you'll come on up, and if you'd like to have a seat up here. No? Okay, after Mr. Horn, you'll be able to go. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Garcia Morales, Interim Superintendent Dr. Larson Mitchell, and members of the board. My name is Jeff Horn, and I am the Executive Director of the Clark County Association of School Administrators and Professional Technical Employees, representing over 1,500 CCSD administrators, of which 98% are members. I'm here today to bring to your attention the results of a recent survey administered by our association to more than our 1,500 members regarding the selection process of the next Clark County School District Superintendent. The results of the survey were sent to each of you this morning, as well as to all of our members. Of the over 600 members who participated in the survey, 92% were supportive of implementing a comprehensive superintendent search and selection process that includes public consideration of qualified candidates before making any final decisions. We firmly believe that involving the community and other stakeholders is a pivotal decision-making process, will enhance transparency and accountability within our school district. Furthermore, our members have expressed their endorsement of the 4 newly appointed CCSD board school trustees to have a vote in the selection of the new CCSD superintendent. While we acknowledge the existing legal restrictions that prevent appointed trustees from voting on motions before the board, we believe it is imperative to recognize and consider their input and recommendations to ensure collaboration and inclusivity. The Clark County Association of School Administrators and Professional Technical Employees value the important work that you, as members of the board, undertake on behalf of the school district. We are committed to continuing our partnership with you as this critical decision unfolds and pledge our support in any way we can to ensure a smooth and transparent superintendent selection process that reflects the best interests of the school district and the communities that we all serve. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mackey? Just to be clear, that our new members are not only not legally allowed to vote, they in NRS and in the law that was written, they are not provided the opportunity. They are non-voting members. That's exactly what they are. And to be clear, it is. I want to make sure to clarify that for the record. It's not that the district or current trustees don't want them to vote. It is simply NRS that we are following the guidelines provided by the law. Mr. Mackey?
Good evening, board. My name is Ernest Mackey. As I spoke 2 meetings ago, I mentioned a virus spread. You all talking about a new start just by getting rid of the superintendent, Mr. Jar. The virus is still spreading. It's still down there. You don't just get rid of one person and think it's over. There's a lot more people need to be removed. We got a lot of conflict of interest in here. Even there's people sitting on boards everywhere that brings conflict of interest to this board. All over the city. It's RICO. It's a lot of it. We have superintendents that need to be removed immediately, especially District G. And especially your leaders are telling your trustees not to talk to the community. That's a no-no. That's what your trustees are up here for. Get with your community and communicate with them. And by telling your trustees up under you not to talk to the community, that's out of the way. Like I said 3 meetings ago, I'm taking action. We had a big meeting Monday. We had fads in town. And you will hear about it. You will hear about it. And they called for another meeting on the 18th at the school. You think I'm playing around? You all gonna find out what playing around is. Because I'm not gonna stop until something is done. Not only my issue at Las Vegas High School, it's at all these schools across the city. And you all want to single mine out and think it's just one issue? No. You all after the black young women also. It's a big problem. I had 3 parents call me this morning about it from different schools. And you want to single me out like it's only my issue. You try to suppress them and try to stop it from getting up to the top and be heard by the news media. That's why you have them to cut off their cameras when something you don't want to be heard. They do it also. They already know when to cut off their cameras. But they ain't gonna be cut off this next meeting on the 18th of this month. You all gonna find out very seriously. Thank you.
Mr. Mackey, we don't take to threats at all. That is, to be clear, that is not a threat.
I'm glad you didn't cut me off this time and take up my time.
Mr. Price and Ms. Binder. Please cut off the mic.
This is what we need.
At least there's clarity on who there's alignment, where their alignment exists. Mr. Price, welcome.
Thank you. Madam President, Board Trustees, my name is Dan Price. I'm a CTE teacher at Sunrise Mountain High School and a proud CCEA Executive Board member. Right now, several other school districts in the state are also searching for a superintendent. Our search should be nationwide in order to help our students succeed. The failed policies of the past administration, we need fresh new ideas and management skills. Being that we are the largest employer in the state and have about 300,000 students and their families, we also operate the second largest transportation company in the state and the third largest food supplier in the state. They should also understand how to manage a multi-billion-dollar budget. The decision to hire somebody should not be as simple as checking a quick box and making it expedient. We also need input on the next superintendent from parents, business leaders, municipalities we serve, educators, parent groups, and the community. It should not be a matter of how much money we spend on this search. You just wasted $250,000 getting rid of our last superintendent. The person you named as his interim superintendent is not the right person for the job. She was the number 2 person from the failed superintendent that just left. She was in charge of academics and all his policies. She has failed the students, parents, teachers, and community with policies that were used in 2005 and failed then. Attendance policies, grading reform, minimum F, numerous canned curriculums. Where's the real growth? Are we going to just go with our past superintendent's motto that you can't see the growth? It's just there. We've run out of time to see the growth. We need a change. We need it now. We need to do a nationwide search to find the right superintendent and let the parents, educators, and the community be part of the process. The The policy of this board stinks of seedy backroom deals and do the right thing for our students, their families, and the community in search for a superintendent nationwide.
Ms. Binder, followed by Vicki Smith and Jessica Jones.
Anna Binder for the record. Madam President, members of the board, interim superintendent Larson Mitchell. We spent $250,000 on that climate and culture survey. We haven't put it to use. It's been years since you guys have had a thorough discussion about hiring an independent attorney to protect yourselves. A conversation that I haven't heard in all of this is if you guys are going to renew that search, because no matter what effort you put in, whether it's local or national, if you do not invest in getting yourselves a competent attorney, especially to negotiate that contract, we're gonna get held hostage again in some way, shape, or form. We need a competent employment attorney, and we need a competent independent board attorney to protect everybody involved. We have to stop sliding by with bare minimum. When we complain about spending money, we're not spending money where it needs to be spent, so we're not having the illusion or illusions or disillusions of what is actually going on. We don't have someone who sits here in this room that can actually counsel you as a board. It is an attorney from the county that is here for the district, not you, not the decisions that you make. It is important that no matter what you do, incorporate into these conversations moving forward, getting yourselves a competent attorney. Thank you.
To be clear, it is an attorney from the county who specifically serves employment law. Vicki Smith not only serves but has a specific expertise in employment law, and that's what they do for the county. Ms. Smith, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees, or I guess it's evening now. My name is Vicki Smith. I'm a licensed respiratory therapist and currently teach pre-med at Desert Pines High School. I've lived in the Las Vegas area for 28 years, right here in Linda Rossi's area, and I have taught everything from kindergarten to first grade to high school, teaching respiratory therapy and pre-med classes. I've worked in a variety of types of high schools and see the level of achievement they have had or not had. We need to make sure that we are at the highest level to graduate, not just 12 years of education and push out with a lack of reading and writing or math skills. There is overwhelming support in the district and the business community, legislative body, and partners to make a change in the way education is going. The staff members I have talked to agree that we need a change in leadership that will raise our academic standards, hold students accountable for their learning and actions, and give them the skills and education they need to be career ready for industry in post-secondary and workforce. And I can tell you, many of my students that I send out in medicine, compared from where I came from in a CTA to where I'm in a traditional school, are not at that level, and they need to be. And I'm working very hard to get them to that level. We need a national search. Cost should not be an issue. Build transparency in the process. Allow for the community participation as candidates are identified and advance through the process. Establish a minimum qualifications for all candidates must meet to be considered for the position. But please look for candidates that have achieved higher goals to drive our students and district into the future and into career jobs. All trustees need to give a voice to the newly appointed members, of which has been silenced. Their expertise is important, and that is why they are appointed. We owe it to our students, teachers, and community members to find the best superintendent that will be bold and visionary for our district and drive us into the next century with career-ready students. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, followed by Tam Lester and Victor Romero.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell. For the record, my name is Jessica Jones. I teach kindergarten at Hickey Elementary School, the Secretary of the Clark County Education Association. I'm here to urge you to please do a nationwide search. I honestly believe that right after our governor, the next most important position in this state is the superintendent of CCSD. The reason being that we educate 70% of the children in this state. We need to put a focus on making sure that our new superintendent is supported by our community and that there is stakeholder buy-in, because without buy-in, that person is going to be set up to fail. If that person fails, the ones who are going to suffer are CCSD students. I'm going to talk about my own kids for a second. I have two. One's in middle school, the other's in high school. Both of them have attended CCSD schools the entire time. Both of them have had long-term substitutes multiple times throughout their school education. We have about 30,000 kids right now sitting in a classroom every single day without a licensed educator in front of them. We are doing them a disservice. Children in this district are severely underperforming in core content areas. We need to make sure that we are looking for someone that can change policies, uplift these kids so that they are able to perform better academically. Earlier today, this board was sent a letter from different education groups, the business community, nonprofits, other prominent stakeholders that were requesting that this board conduct a national search for candidates, set minimum qualifications for a superintendent. This was also the consensus shared at public comments from 2 of your meetings from stakeholders that were in attendance on February 7th, which was a work session, and then February 22nd, which was a board meeting. Multiple people had brought up that there needs to be transparency built into this process. And I don't believe that there's any harm in doing a nationwide search to find the best candidate to help our children. Again, I want to circle back to my first statement. It doesn't matter whoever is picked, if it ends up being an internal candidate or an external candidate, if you do not have community buy-in, stakeholder buy-in, this person is going to fail. They are going to fail before they even start. You guys, I listened in the back about making sure, that we select the right person. The candidate pool is small. Our treasurer from CCA, Kenny Belknap, brought that up earlier. We need to put a wide net out there so that we are sure to get the best person possible to fill this position because, again, it is the most important position right after our governor. Thank you.
Tam, followed by Victor Romero and Ed Gonzalez.
Good evening, esteemed members of CCSD Board of Trustees. My name is Tam Lester. I'm a high school social studies teacher and a proud member of CCA's exec board. Today, though, I come to you as a concerned average constituent. The decisions you make today will not only affect our students, but our entire community. It cannot be understated how low the community perception of CCSD is currently. In 2018, CCSD had over 330,000 students enrolled. That number steadily decreased year after year under Jar and Brenda's leadership. This year, for the first time in nearly 20 years, is under 300,000 students. This decline is particularly alarming when juxtaposed with a booming population of the Vegas Valley. This speaks volume about the pervasive distrust that has taken root within our district. Some of this poor perception is earned, while some is not. Either way, the facts are undeniable. Teacher vacancies has grown dramatically over the last 6 years. Currently, there are over 1,200 vacancies, which means 35,000 students and more do not have a full-time educator. Frequently ranked as the second worst in the nation, CCSD has seen a decline in proficiency score almost every year in the last 6 years. This is a critical juncture, a possible turning point that is in the hands of you, trustees. You have a real opportunity to create change within CCSD, to show the community that you have heard them and are willing to listen. But this can only be done through a national search. While this can still involve local candidates, a short, quick, and local search will be seen as nothing more than an inside job, creating excuses to give power to the same people who have created this distrust. A rushed and small local search will be seen as corrupt and will taint the future of a chosen candidate whose appointment will always seem suspect. We must use this moment to show the Valley that we are better. We must show them that we are capable of change. The community demands a process that is transparent, comprehensive, and collaborative. Please, I ask you to listen to your voters. Listen to the parents, students, teachers, and community members. We are all in alignment. We want to believe in CCSD again, but that will require transparency, collaboration, and change. Today, that means we must have a national search. Thank you for your consideration.
Victor? Victor's not present. Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, followed by Maureen Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Interim Superintendent Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell, that's going to be a tongue twister for a while, so I apologize. I'm here in support of a national search. I see no harm in it. I think I feel the same way as Trustee Williams, which is almost neutral to it. You guys have in your minutes a search from the last time when you did 2017 and 18. I want to go back further to the search from 2013. That was a search where a national search was not done. And what they did is they asked the community at that point, what do you want? And the community said at that time, through a community survey, a majority said they wanted a local search. But at the same time, they did give very conflicting results. So if you do a search and get community input, make sure we clarify the language and get good input. Because at that time, they wanted somebody to both stay the course and someone have a new vision, something that cannot be done. And so when we look for a search, we also know that Clark County is unique. And I don't like using the word unique because, you know, it means one of a kind. But we don't have one that has a large urban area, one with a high diversity, but also have rural communities. The closest we have, if you look at the top 10 or top 20, is Palm Beach County, the school district there. But that's very different as well. They have an urban area with Boca Raton, with West Palm Beach. So it's, you know, the urban area is does not have diversity, very affluent, and their rural communities is highly African American. It's very different than what we have here. And so I'm a product of the Los Angeles Unified School District, the second largest. And Madam President, I bring that up for a reason. So while you guys were doing your homework, I figured I'd do some too. So I looked up what they did in 2021, and they had an 8-week search just of trying to get input before they did. They had 8 weeks of community input. And what they got was 28,569 community stakeholders input. They got 46, almost 47% of that came from parents. Now look at 2013, the majority came from employees, so we didn't do a good job. And they visit 129 schools. Now they have a lot more schools than we do to help out. But they also asked parents, nonprofit groups, and we've heard the business community who wants input too. There's no harm for doing that. And so we've also heard the process that if you want to take the time and have the new school board, I mentioned last time I'm against that. Because what you're saying is that you're asking the interim to be here a minimum of 15 months before you get started. And you're going to have possibly through 3 or a majority of this board brand new. And your first item is to ask them is to pick a superintendent. That's not good. I mean, you know, there's a learning curve that comes into this. So like I said, if you want to ask what community input is and what they want, I'm not against a national search, but with local options as well. You know, I've had conversations during Reading Week. Glenn Christensen came to our school, Peter Guzman, but we've had that. But if you want to ask the community what they want, ask them. My voice is one. If you want to get input to what they want, ask the community and move on. And Madam President, that is my time. Thank you.
Maureen?
Good evening, Madam President and fellow trustees. My name is Maureen Schaefer, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Council for a Better Nevada. I had prepared remarks, and as you can see, I rewrote them a few times because many of them were already stated by the other folks who came up to the dais, and quite honestly, many of you said so many things that were thoughtful. I didn't need to say them. So let me just say that our group signed on to the letter that you all received, and we believe in proceeding with a national search. And from a business perspective, and I say a business perspective with the caveat that our group over the last almost 20 years has had directors that are from labor and philanthropy and yes, business. So we're a collection of members from our community. And so it's a best practice in general with organizations to cast the net wide. And in this case, and I look at you, and this is the first time I've ever seen you or met you or heard of you. When you have a star on the inside, you want to go as far and wide, because if you know in your heart, the deep knowing, as they say, that this is the person, you want to protect them for their well-being and the organization's well-being as you do a search from a process perspective. So I say that just as we, in our group, think about things as leaders. The second thing I'm going to say is, gosh, leadership's hard, isn't it, guys? It's really hard. I don't know how you guys keep coming and doing this. Lola, this stuff is really hard. And when you know you're right, people are still against you. So I want to commend you. I want to applaud you. And just say thank you, because this is really thankless. And to that end, we want to support you. I hope our organization, when we participated in this in the past, was never one of those groups that perpetrated undue influence, because we all belong to each other. And these kids are all of our kids, every single one of them. And when they grow up and they move on and they get jobs, it's our economy, for better or for worse. For better or for worse, we're all in this together. And so as we move forward, and I hope you get the job. You look amazing. I wish I had your skin. But in all honesty, guys, this is very serious. It's $3 billion that could be going to many other places that we can't afford to fund. Transportation, healthcare.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Appreciate your time. We will not be utilizing skincare as a requirement for superintendent search, just to be clear. Ms. Magnus, followed by James Bayless. Forgive me, James, you were in here, but I did not capture you earlier.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm here tonight to speak in favor of a national search that absolutely should include internal candidates. I'm a second-generation Nevadan and Clark County School District graduate and a proud daughter of a CCSD employee. I've been in and around this district for all of the people that you have mentioned previously as superintendents. There have always been problems in this district, even when I was in school. But the problems have been amplified the past few years at the expense of our students and our educators, in large part because of this board and your inability to function and govern properly. We elect and appoint you all to be our voices on this board, but we don't elect you to have you lecture us and to think that you know better than we do or talk down to us as some of you did tonight. Your biggest responsibility is the outcome of our kids and listening to the taxpayers of this community. I am so tired of hearing the excuses from this body as to why things are hard or complicated. The community isn't asking for anything other than transparency and a fair and open process. If there is a high-quality candidate in state, then they can participate in the process just like everyone else, like a normal job search. If the community doesn't like the candidate that's chosen over time, we will hold you all accountable. That's your job. That's how all of this works. This should not be this hard. Do a search and be transparent, and that's all we're asking. It's that simple. The saddest part of all of this is I've made these exact comments in this very room time and time and time again. And yet here we are again tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Bayless, I know you're in the lobby, so we're going to give you a chance to come through here. This penmanship is difficult. Is it Antonio Bowen or Horacio Bowen? My goodness. Beautiful autograph. I just can't, I'm having a hard time reading that. I think it says Antonio. We'll have, we work out that penmanship, and while Mr. Bayless comes up, we'll have Brian Wachter, followed by Ms. Ford, and then Danielle Unger.
Good evening. My name is Brian Walker. I'm the Senior Vice President of the Retail Association of Nevada. I'll keep this short because I do believe that you've heard of most things. What I would say is I do think you have a false choice in front of you. I would not want to be a superintendent candidate or the next superintendent who doesn't have a chance to get the community to buy into them. I think it has been pointed out that your current interim superintendent is bringing a lot of perceived baggage from her predecessor. And until you can answer those questions, it does not matter what your ideal intent is. I think it might even be more productive just to make the trustee from District E superintendent, and we can take some of the veneer off of this. But I do think the fact that it is even perceived that the decision has already been made is what is actually causing your trust problem. And it's interesting, if you look at the backup documents for 2.02, and you talk about going on a listening tour and how you're approaching your interactions with the community. We've also heard from the president several times tonight reiterate and remind the other colleagues on the dais that interacting with people who are talking in public comment or people who are responding to agenda items, and yet 3 different times this evening, she has chosen to respond to those people and interact with them as they were walking away. None of these actions constitute a board that is looking or willing or has expressed an interest in order to gain the trust of the community back. We will absolutely, whether we conduct a national search, which is what you should be doing, or whether you take an internal candidate or you look at statewide, we will absolutely be back here sooner than any of us want to be. I think when you take a look at the alternative of where we would rather be is having you guys have chose a superintendent 6 years ago that has stuck around, that was able to unify this board and work under this board and be held accountable to this board so that you could explain to the community what that goal was, how Trustee Cavazos' request to add an agenda item violated and did not fit into what that vision of the community was or what the needs and student progress is going to be. And it's because you consistently tell us we don't need to explain to the community what we are doing. You need to just go along with it. You need to understand that you're not in our private briefings. There's just no possible way you as a community member or someone not on this board could even possibly understand the difficult decisions that are in front of us. And I got to tell you, that I believe is what the community is finding disrespectful and why the community fails every single time to back up this board anytime you make a decision. And if that's what's supposed to be your role as a board, is to actually have the community's back and implement what they believe and what their vision is, and you consistently berate them for opening the mouths. And you should stop that, and you should look for a national search.
Ms. Ford, did I say that you were next? I believe so. Come on up. Followed by Daniel Unger.
Thank you. Former trustee Danielle Ford for the record. The board could do a courtesy poll of the new non-voting trustees to find out how they would vote if you so wished. If you're unsure what that looks like, it's what Marianne Miller used to do to us in closed sessions when we were not legally allowed to vote. I personally do not trust the national search process because every single time that CCSD has done one, CCSD hired a superintendent who was trained through programs owned by corporate billionaires that are in the business of privatizing school districts. However, the correct decision is to hire a search firm to conduct a nationwide search that includes local and internal candidates because that is inarguably what at least 90% of the community wants. So assuming that that's the route this board is going to go, then the next matter of business should be to make sure that the board doesn't run into the same problems with the new superintendent that the last national search brought us, Superintendent Jara. For instance, the contracts for superintendent candidates should be publicized before voting happens so that the community can weigh in on them. The board should first determine contract details, specifically what salary and perks they'd like to offer a superintendent. Jara was hired, and then the board received his contract and found out what his salary, benefits, and perks would be, and whether or not those perks included Pelotons. There should be a plan to ensure a new superintendent will understand and implement the reorg law which applies only to CCSD, since the former superintendent blatantly ignored it and caused problems for the board with every single legislative body. The board should clarify any evergreen clause so that the board is not surprised by a superintendent's false claim that their contract had automatically been auto-renewed for 2 extra years and then waste 6 months of the board's time. The board should predetermine the length of employment before interviewing any candidates. It should not be any longer than 2 years so that the new board has the ability to determine whether they want to extend the superintendent's contract or start a new hiring process. You should make sure that candidates are okay with a termination date like that. In the future, it would be helpful to clarify any conflicts of interest for the superintendent. For instance, if the superintendent were to sue the board for hostile working conditions, that superintendent should not be able to hire a law firm to represent him that before donated to Trustee Evelyn Garcia Morales' campaign 3 years earlier, which was Bailey Kennedy. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Unger? Thank you, followed by Ms. Henry, if you're still present, and Monte Morris.
All right. I am Daniel Unger. I have been working in Title I elementary schools for the last 5 years. And we are concerned and we fear that we're going to get an unqualified superintendent. There's a fear. And the cost of a search keeps getting brought up. But the cost of getting this wrong is going to be way more than any amount you save on a quick, easy, expedient search. And local people have connections, political connections, and that people are immediately not going to trust unless we have a national search. And the teachers, everyone here came here united in that we want a national search. And we demand in the 5th largest school district what really should be a standard for finding the most qualified candidates, transparency in that selection process, so that all the stakeholders can buy in and have confidence in the decision that is made. And we want minimum qualifications for these candidates to ensure that only the best and the brightest lead our schools and our community. It's clear that these demands are really not only just necessary and reasonable. I don't understand how anyone would be against those fundamental principles of accountability and excellence. Who's going to oppose transparency in leadership unless there's something to hide? Who's going to reject the notion of setting a minimum bar for qualifications unless they're content with mediocrity? And who's going to disregard the importance of the community being involved in this decision? So I hope you got all of the board members listen to the community today. Everyone here has been asking for a national search. There's a consensus from everyone you've heard today, and I hope that we get that search. Thank you.
Is Ms. Henry present? Mr. Bayless or Antonio? Brown. I think it's Bowen or Brown. Bowen. Okay. Well, no Antonio, no Miss Henry. Monte Morris, if you can come up to this podium here. Yes, right here. This is good. Mr. Morris, I just want to note, I acknowledge this may be your first time with public comment on our board. I ask for in the future to submit this item. I want to make sure that you know the process, and if you need assistance with the process in the future, we'll happy to help you, give you a yellow card in advance.
Okay.
Thank you. So please state your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Monte Morris. I represent the company, and we're political activists in the community. So all I came here today is say, we don't need no national search. Y'all want something done? Ask the community. Come talk to the community. We need a superintendent from the community. We don't need no money that y'all getting to sit up there on the board and look fancy and all that. You know, I like your hair and all that, but hey, we don't need all that. We need somebody from the community, and that's what's going to help these kids, because y'all obviously not doing it. And it's been going on for the last 30, 40, 50 years, and it's going to keep going on the same way. So that's all I want to say. Select somebody from the community. Not a national search, the community. If you need a superintendent, I'm right here. I'll take a pay cut, all that. Uncle Monte here. I'm here for all the kids. I love them. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Okay, colleagues, I believe that concludes public comment. I'm going to go back to the queue. And Trustee Cavazos, you're first in the queue. So, there you are. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I'm just going to do my follow-up question to Trustee Brooks's extensive comments earlier, and then I'll jump back into the queue with my other comments. I just wanted to clarify, I don't know if I got this correct. Trustee Brooks, when you were talking about as far as the process and the possible candidates, I wasn't sure if you said that people who were formerly in the district and that had left the district, and that if they applied, that they would not be hired. I think I might have gotten that wrong.
Trustee Cavazos, one moment. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I said certainly we can't hire everybody that actually left the district, so some people by default are going to not get the job and they will not be happy about it.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Of course, we can't hire everyone. We're just trying to hire one superintendent, but thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't sure what you had said. Thank you, President Garcia Morales,
All right.
and I'll defer to the other colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to give Trustee Zamora a chance to contribute at the top of the presentation or the top of the remarks, or Trustee Williams. Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to, say that when we speak about the national search, we're not just narrowing it down to outside folks, that would include local people being able to apply to this position, correct?
I believe that could be a distinction that is specific in the motion for the said item. So that's something, if there's an appetite and a motion for something like that, it can absolutely exist.
Perfect, thank you. And that's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
I don't have any questions right now, thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, we'll continue the discussion, and thank you for entertaining any particular questions. Certainly want to continue the discussion in terms of the next steps, and then, of course, entertain a motion after we've heard from everyone again. Trustee Johnson?
The conversation's been really invigorating, and I appreciate everybody sharing thoughts. And I continue to think, somebody said this earlier, are we creating a false choice to some extent? And I think when we think about what we're looking for, we're ultimately just trying to find or trying to create the most diverse candidate pool possible, right? So wherever that comes from, I think we're also, and this is just my opinion, I think we want each one of those diverse candidates to go through a rigorous interview process. I think we want to have collected input from all stakeholders that are available. I think we want to have clarity about the qualities that we are seeking. And so clarity meaning clarity from the 11 of us, and then clarity from our community stakeholders. And then have the most timely process possible with the thought that the outcome is the most important versus trying to juggle 2 or 3 things at a time. And so I think we have to be willing to sacrifice some of our other commitments, because the most important commitment is finding the best and most qualified person. And so I think while we keep talking about, like, should it be national, should it be state, local only, like, why don't we just talk about how do we build the most diverse pool possible, knowing what we're clear on our outcomes, and then from that, have those group of people go through a rigorous process. And then that doesn't matter And yes, we'll have to invest some money and time, so there'll be things that we invest regardless. So I just don't want us to try to say, to make a false choice in terms of like one or the other. It's not binary. I think we have the opportunity to mesh the most, but think about what are we trying to get? We're trying to get the best possible candidate. How do you find that? When you have the largest pool of people who are interested and we are clear on what we are seeking. And I don't know that we've actually talked about what we are seeking. And so it's going to be hard to determine if that person is sitting on the dais with us right now, if that person is sitting in the 89106 zip code, or if that person is sitting in Washington, D.C. We don't know because I haven't heard us, and maybe we've done this at some other point. I just haven't heard us do that yet.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. I don't see anybody in the queue, so I am going to build off of what Trustee Johnson just said. It's clear that we need to hire a search firm. It's clear that we should front load the process with broad community feedback to ensure that we're choosing a path everyone wants. I think it's a little bit less clear that we need to determine if this person is local or national now. I think we actually need somebody to help us through the process. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with an RFP process for a search firm and build in front loading that process with broad community feedback.
I'll second.
Thank you, colleagues. I want to acknowledge and recognize Trustee Brooks' motion, second by Trustee, I believe that was Williams? Okay.
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge that we have a motion on the floor, and at the same time, we have members who are in the queue at this time, and I want to acknowledge them to give them an opportunity to add. After Trustee Bustamante Adams, I will call for the vote. Trustee Watson is first.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just wanting to make sure that everyone knows that if you do a national search, that includes the local and state. That is my intention. You cannot do a national search without including the local folk. That just blows my mind. And I just want to make sure that all stakeholders have an opportunity to participate in the process, and that does involve all the community of education community. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you for that clarity, Trustee Watson. Trustee Bustamante Adams, I see you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Brooks, can you restate the first one? I wrote down front load with broad community input, but what was your first comment?
Trustee Bustamante Adams, allow us one moment while we turn on Trustee Brooks' mic. Go ahead, Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. The motion was to engage in the RFP process, to get a search firm to help guide us through this, and it would start by them engaging the broader community to determine if they want to limit it to local or national people.
Thank you, Madam President, for that clarity. And then I just have one more clarification question, that the statement was an RFP for a search firm, so that could be an executive search firm or one that's based just solely on educational individuals. Is that correct?
I believe that we could make this, the RFP will lay out specifically what we're seeking. That may be part of the next step in determining what is within the RFP process.
Thank you, Madam President, for that clarity.
Okay, great. Trustee Esparza and Trustee Cavazos, after those members go, we will again call for the vote. I'm extending that offer to Trustee Esparza-Stroff since I've already made the statement that we were ready to call the vote, but I will allow you to chime in, please. Trustee Esparza-Stroff. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to clarify, because I don't want the community to perceive that something is going to happen after the fact. So we're asking the motion to put in for a search firm for the RFP process. Will that include, or could it be amended that we are going to define tonight what kind of search that would be? Because that is agendized, whether it's national or internal. So I just wanted to ask that question up front. And then I have a follow-up comment regarding national data for superintendents nationally.
Trustee Sparsa-Straffigan, question to your question. Do you mean whether the search firm will be local or national?
The search process itself, as agendized, states whether we would have a determination between national or internal. So that's why I'm asking if that search is going to be a national process, in addition to us putting out an RFP for a search firm to do it.
I believe the motion was to conduct an RFP search that's inclusive of, forgive me, I don't want to misspeak. Trustee Brooks, can you please restate your motion?
Thank you, Madam President. The intent of the motion is to make sure that we're respectful of broad community feedback. So the RFP process would not be determining whether or not it's national or local search. That would happen after the broader community gave their feedback.
To be clear, Trustee Brooks, that is a search firm. We're looking for some search firm that will help us engage in broad community feedback. Where are you, Trustee Brooks? Are you on the queue? There we are.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, the first step of the process prior to them doing anything else is getting community feedback and ensuring that all voices are represented in our path moving forward.
Thank you. Trustee Sparsa-Straffigan, I think you had another question. Go ahead.
Just making sure that the motion does clarify that and state it clearly. I'd like that to be corrected, but I do want to share some data, give people some hope. According to looking at some of the Zippy's data, because I'm always Googling and looking and researching before I did my homework, President, there are currently over 7,292 school superintendents currently employed in the U.S. So keep hope alive that we could definitely cast that net and see what is available. There are, within the school superintendents, 72% are likely to work at educational companies in comparison to private companies. So I think, again, we just need to honor what was said tonight from the community, whether it's national or internal. Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I think that Trustee Brooks has clarified with her last statements, because I believe the first time she stated the motion was different from the second time she stated the motion, but I think she's clarified it now, but that it is to basically go forward with an RFP for a search firm, but that it is not going to it's not going to add the additional determination of deciding whether it's local or national, but that it is going to basically be inclusive. I don't know any other way to say it.
To be abundantly clear, we're going to turn it over to Trustee Brooks so she can restate.
All right, thank you.
At
Appreciate
least
it.
once this motion.
The reiteration.
Thank you.
Thank
Trustee
you, Madam.
Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. The motion is to engage in the RFP process, to find a search firm who front loads the process, which means they're going to do it first, with broad community feedback, which will help us determine a path. So if the broad community feedback comes back and says, hey, we want fresh, shiny new things, then we're going to listen to them. If they say we don't, we're going to listen to them. That's the intent.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Okay, colleagues, we're going to go ahead and we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Brooks, a second by Trustee Williams. Please, I'd like to call for thank you. Please cast your vote. Trustee Zamora?
Aye.
Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos, do you need assistance with the tech?
I'm going to vote yes, and
Trustee Cavazos, just please cast your vote.
yes,
Please
with
just cast your vote.
asking for transparency. Thank you.
Just cast your vote. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. Thank you for the dialogue and for your attention to this detail. Now going to move on to item. What item are we going to move on to? Let's move on to item 3.01, 2.02. This is not an action item. Professional learning from the Council of Great City Schools. Discussion regarding the Council of Great City Schools Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework and the next steps pursuant to the Professional Services Agreement assisting with member district governance. I am your point of contact. However, I also believe that there are, I've asked for the council to participate in this presentation of reference material 2.02. Before I turn it over to AJ, who is on the line, I want to remind colleagues that this information before you is a result of homework that we did to prepare for the community listening plans. This item was discussed and brought prior to the departure of the superintendent and before our decision before today's decision. I want to thank the council for their support with this particular aspect of our work regarding the community listening plan. We have asked for this back in when we engaged in this work back at the end of last year and began it officially at the beginning of this year. Again, this is a summary of the collective feedback that we have provided through our assignment in the community listening plan. AJ, are you online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you please go over the reference material, the community listening plan, and then we'll turn it over to colleagues for discussion.
Absolutely. And so, as you just heard, this is the result of listening from you all and trying to get a sense of what are the characteristics of the community listening that are important to you all. I'll go through it quickly, but then certainly any questions you have, we can dive into. Quality over rapidity. This idea that what we heard from you all is that what is really important is authentic listening and inclusive listening. And if that takes a little bit more time and effort, then you would prefer to do that than to have something that is not of quality. Multiple trustees prioritizing regions not their own. The listening here was that there should be, when listening is happening that is on behalf of the board, that it should involve multiple folks so that there's some accountability, that people are sharing the same message and communicating the same thing, and that people are going to regions outside of just your own region so that each board member is being responsible for listening throughout the county and not just in one part of it. Consistency. There's a desire that the same message and the same listening be afforded all throughout the county, not that some parts of the county get some version and some parts get another one. Accessibility. That there should be both virtual opportunities and in-person opportunities so that you afford maximum potential for people to participate. Transparency, that as the listening is completed, that the results of the listening should be made available back to the community, that it's important that folks understand what you heard from them, and that later on in the process that you're also transparent about how you used what you heard, that feedback loop is an important part of transparency. Utilizing feedback from for multiple purposes. That ideally the listening should be able to support board discernment and decision making beyond just the selection of your goals and guardrails, so that ideally you aren't having to pull community members back together to ask the same questions multiple times in a short amount of time. And then active listening, that the purpose of the listening is for the community to be heard, not for board members to be heard. And so this isn't an opportunity for board members to have their say and to try to sway the community and dictate, but to really just be in a servant leadership mode, just there to listen and capture the results of the listening. And so what would happen is that we'd work with you all to take these key principles that you've lifted up about what does authentic and effective listening look like, and build out a listening plan based on this. Right now, again, based on your feedback, we're predicting that's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 months worth of listening that would take place. There's a desire to have in-person sessions that are taking place in many different places. Right now, it sounds like at least 14 different places, so that you're having them in every different trustee district over the course of multiple months. You want to ensure that you have them in a lot of different towns, not just all in the larger towns, and that you want to make sure, and this is actually all the other things I've heard before, but this is actually a unique one, that you all want to ensure that there is a listening session that is taking place no more than 25 minutes away from people, regardless of where in the county that they live. That every part of the county should have access to being able to reach a place where they can participate in this process, and that you want at least two that are happening online. A next critical part of this process is that you all have to tell us. We certainly can't tell you who you should listen to. You have to tell us who you should listen to, and then we create a comprehensive plan of that. So that way, it's easy and transparent to see, are there gaps, are there groups that we haven't heard that we need to go out and hear, and things of that nature. And so part of that begins with you all communicating to us who are all the communities, where are all the places that listening should take place, and then we will help collate all of that and try to help you all put that into your larger plan so that you can make sure that all of that listening occurs. Some areas that you particularly highlighted is that we definitely need to be listening to families. We definitely need to be listening to students. We definitely need to be listening to city and county electeds and providing outreach opportunities to a lot of partner community organizations and groups. It's important to you that there be asynchronous opportunities, so not just in-person opportunities, but certainly some type of survey so that people could fill out. And then finally, there's some key discussion points for the board's consideration, some things that ideally you can help us understand this evening so that we can help take some of the next steps. And so I'm going to read off these questions. I'm really hoping that this evening you can share, and I'll be typing and taking some notes as you all respond to these. And so the first is, does the proposed draft, if executed with fidelity, meet the board's expectation for authentic and deep community listening? And so if what I've described up above doesn't meet your definition of authentic and deep community listening, then tonight is the time where you need to communicate that to us, and what is missing that such that this process could qualify as being authentic and deep community listening. So if there's a gap, this is the best time for you to articulate what that gap is. How deeply, if at all, would the board like to include any specific questions regarding a superintendent search if the board chooses to move forward with one? And that's, again, a decision that you all will need to make. It doesn't sound like that's a decision you're prepared to make this evening, but any feedback, again, I'll just be taking notes. There's a list of organization and groups for community listening. Is that list complete? Again, we can't tell you who you should listen to, and if that's complete, you have to tell us. And so as you look at that list, if it's incomplete, now is the time to be communicating that so that we can try to make that complete. Are all of the listed groups part of the Clark County community, or any of the groups non-community? Our coaching to you is that you need to make this process about listening to your community, and you all are the board, so you define who is community and who's not. But one of the things we nudge on then is, are you prioritizing time for non-community members, which we don't coach you to do? And if so, kind of what is your rationale? What is your reasoning? So, for example, people who live in Alaska, probably you wouldn't consider them part of the Clark County community. So it might not make sense for you to travel to Alaska and do a listening there. So if we saw that on the list, we'd be really curious about that. Why are you including that? That doesn't seem like that's part of your community. And so that's the nature of the inquiry. Are you all doing listening for folks who you don't consider part of your community? And if so, why? And then finally, how should engagement and outreach ensure that listening sessions are focused on community voices? like what specifically needs to happen to make sure that community voices are lifted up in this process. So those are the areas of discussion that we'd love to hear some more from you this evening. So I can certainly try to be responsive to any inquiries you have, but also a large part of my purpose right now is to be in a note-taking mode so that we can capture anything that we may have missed so that we can include it in your larger listening plan.
Thank you, AJ. I want to front load this by just noting for the record here that we recently just, I know that we recently as a board just elected to seek community feedback regarding our process or the superintendent, so that's really a moot point and not an item that we should discuss or entertain any further from the council, because simply it is something that we have already acted on. And the other item, colleagues, that I'd like to request seek your input and support is that after this meeting, I'd love to receive some volunteers. I hope to not volunteer anyone, but some volunteers to assist me potentially moving this work forward. What I'd like to know from my colleagues is whether this is something that we, what type of alignment do we need to create between this work, the work that we just agreed to conduct in terms of community engagement for the potential search, the search process of our next superintendent, and then what is the other item here that I'm missing out on? And then of course the culture and climate study. At one point, the culture and climate study was expected to be an annual survey that was sent out to staff. But again, I'm asking for some help with alignment of all of these items so that we're not duplicating efforts and really clear about boundaries and priorities as a group. So I entertain that discussion as well. Trustee Johnson?
I guess I'm trying to understand why we have to, do the events have to happen simultaneously? I mean, I guess in thinking about the impact and the weight of going through community listening to do a superintendent search, will we have the capacity to do both of those things simultaneously and well? And so what's the harm in putting this process on pause until we get farther down the line with, some clarity around our superintendent search? I guess I want to understand it before we decide what we have to do. Is there a reason that we have to do this now versus pausing, doing our one job, and then picking the second job back up?
Thank you, Trustee Johnson, and I'll allow AJ to chime in. We're on the driver's
Yeah.
seat. We're in the driver's seat when it comes to this particular work. So what the board chooses to do to either pause or move forward and make this work. But I see your points, and I think they're valid, and certainly want to remind the board that we are in the driver's seat when it comes to this work. AJ?
Yeah, you made one of the 2 points I was going to make. The first and most obvious is that you all will decide to do whatever you're going to do. And so whatever you all choose to do, obviously we'll try to be supportive. That being said, we think it'd be deeply problematic to hire a superintendent without knowing what it is you want them to accomplish, because knowing what the goals are should deeply inform who is actually most qualified to help you achieve said goals. And so if I want a goal around marine biology, if that's the deepest desire of the community, and we wind up setting a goal around that, it would be useful to know that in advance of selecting a superintendent, because I'd probably be looking for competency in that area when searching for a superintendent. And so it is for this reason that our coaching is always be clear about what the community's vision is first, and then hire someone to match that. Don't hire somebody and then see whether or not they match the community's vision.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson, did you have anything else to add? Not this time. Thank you. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. AJ, I have a question. Could we not embed our superintendent questions into the questions that we bring out into the community so that not only are we asking for goals, but we're also asking for what they're looking for in a superintendent search, almost like killing two birds with one stone?
Yeah, we've had several boards that have been in a situation that you were in right now, where they were starting their goal setting process and they found themselves in the need for a search. And some boards have chosen to do this first and the search second, but other boards have chosen to do them concurrently, exactly in the way that you described.
President Garcia Morales, I think that that is a pathway forward for us. It would make it so that not only are we asking for the goals of the community, we're also asking for whom they would like to lead us through those goals. And I just think that that would be very transparent in what they were stating and what Ed Gonzalez added in his public comment about asking the community what they want. I feel like I'm always quoting him when he does public comment just to annoy him, but I'm just stating that that I think it's a really good idea, and I think that's a pathway forward for us, and I would like to assist.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. I want to be mindful of the fact that we just approved an RFP of a community engagement process that would engage a search firm to support us with the community engagement process. I mean, how we prioritize these items, I think, is important. Part of a discussion doesn't mean that they can't be embedded. However, they're different processes, at least the way that they were voted on tonight. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to respond to Trustee Johnson's, I agree with what AJ said. We're missing an opportunity to do the alignment. And so I think that our questions are going to be answered through these community engagement. And not to repeat what Trustee Guzman said, but we can kill two birds with one stone if we align it right. And I think that it is a perfect time for us to do both student outcomes and superintendent. I think that kind of clarity we're going to need for the person that we are going to want to attract. And so you asked 3 questions, Madam President. I would like to volunteer if you would see fit. I think it's the right time for the alignment to happen. And the culture and climate study, from my recollection, I remember Superintendent Jara said at the time that his staff was working on a good portion of that. And so we were just going to be reported back to on what the progress they had made, and that's what I remember. And then lastly, on the list, AJ, that you talked about in the documents, the only other thing that I would add would be our executive branch. I don't know if I saw it. I did see the legislative branch being asked, but I don't know if the executive branch, I didn't see it on there. And that would include our governor of our state and somebody on his team.
Thank you very much. Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple questions. One is there a way to prep the community for kind of level set what the expectations are before they go into these listening sessions so they're prepared to engage in the way that we're asking them to?
Yeah, so part of what you all will support you in creating is a script so that you'll be all asking the same questions, sharing the same information countywide, Similarly, while we're putting that together, other boards have said, is there additional information that we could send out essentially as a pre-read to communities so that they have something in their hands that helps contextualize the conversation? And so when we get to building out your script, if that's something that you all want, that's certainly something we could do.
Thank you. I do think that people do prefer to be prepared for those conversations. So if we could make sure that's part of it. And then what are options for preventing duplication of responses to ensure that all voices have equal representation and they're reflected in the results?
This is a much more complicated question because if you want to be able to be really aggressive about ensuring that, then you need to solicit a lot more information, both during your surveys and during your in-person sessions. And so what it really comes down to is, a data integrity exercise of have we collected enough information to be able to answer the question of, did we oversample in any areas? Do we undersample? So for example, if you do a listening, but you don't solicit the name and demographic information and associations of the people who you're listening from, we'll have no way later on to tag that specific listening and then be able to make that analysis. So if that's something that's important, we can certainly make that happen. But that is there's a much higher level of rigor that goes into data collection to be able to make that, to be able to provide that for you. Is that responsive to your inquiry?
It is. It definitely is something that that does occur here in Clark County from time to time. So it is important to make sure that there is integrity and making sure that the responses are representative of the broader community versus people going to multiple meetings and giving the same opinion, which I know has happened previously.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. I'm also supportive of non-duplicative, ensuring, it's not even about ensuring that we hear from all voices in our community, especially those who are silent or silent by choice. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. So without repeating everything that my colleagues have said, I do want to say that I am holding in high regard what Trustee Johnson and Trustee Guzman brought up about possibly being able to kind of commingle or streamline this process in some way. But I want to ask AJ a question about this. I know that recently, as part of our process and what we're doing, that Trustee Brooks and our board liaison, Mr. Caruso, were able to attend a workshop in Kentucky. And I was wondering if some of the material that they brought back, if that is going to be something that would be able to help us with this process, and is that going to be presented to us soon as far as an effort to move forward? Especially since we're in a very, as Trustee Johnson said, it's really going to be difficult with these two processes going on at the same time. So I was wondering if that workshop material would be helping us. And I guess I'm asking AJ this.
A fair percentage of it will be duplicative of things that you already know. But yes, if you all deem it helpful, we can absolutely provide you a summary of what was covered in those workshops. But a lot of it is going to be duplicative of what we've already shared with you because our materials for our workshops and our materials for coaching is almost entirely the exact same material. And so, yes, we can share that with you, but a lot of it you've already received through the course of this coaching.
Go ahead, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, AJ, for responding. I'm kind of surprised to hear that it's going to be I can't say that word. It's going to be a duplicate of the material that we're already going through because because I thought that the purpose of the workshop is, we're the drivers of this, as our president said. And so I thought the purpose of sending them to that workshop was to bring them back to give us, further instruction, not that it was going to be a duplicate. But thank you. I can follow up with that, President, later on, okay, offline maybe.
Yeah, to the benefit of the in-person sessions is that you get to go in much deeper with specific examples from colleagues from different districts all across the country. And so while the materials are the same, when we have a conversation with you all, it's you all. So you all only have the benefit of the experiences from Clark County. When you all attend a national workshop, you have the benefit of going over this material in much more depth and from hearing experiences from your colleagues around the country. That part I can't really reproduce for you. But the materials we certainly can. But the depth that your colleagues have had an opportunity to go into the materials, I don't have a way of reproducing that for you.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. And speaking of attending national conferences, just want to point out for the record that there will be 5 of us attending the Council of Great City Schools Legislative Conference. And that always for me has been a place to zoom out and interact, interface with colleagues from across the country who are in urban school districts. So looking forward to our participation there and then coming back to continue to share knowledge. Trustee Sparsa-Strophagan?
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. So questions before I go into some thoughts and maybe trying to bring some of our thinking together, best thinking for maybe how to move forward. What typically is the RFP timeline? That you just decided we were going to do an RFP.
I'm reluctant to discuss that particular item because it's a separate item. But I see your point in getting clarity on that. And
The reason the reason maybe it would be helpful to know that question is important because if we're going to do the two at the same time, my thinking is having AJ and perhaps representation from potentially a future firm that we would select. And then, of course, having, I'm going to say, another possibility, and I don't know if this is something, it does task our individuals here within the district, but we do have an amazing family engagement division. And I think we should be working smarter, not harder, and tasking and having conversations, looping them in, because they already have trusted relationships within our community in various areas of the valley, and including the rural, inclusive of rural community. So is there a possibility to include them as well with those relationships that are already established? And then the last 2 things I'll say is I think I want to be clear on including, and it was mentioned earlier, communities that often are voiceless and maybe most marginalized. I'm concerned, I want to make sure that let's say maybe we have some individuals on our board that might have and be willing to go and seek those and that input. I think we need to listen to that. It's not just what we're doing well, but it's what we're not doing. And of course, we'll look at all of that. The other thing that I'm asking for us to consider, President Morales, is what data do we have? Like we talked about this culture and climate survey, and many of us have reviewed it, but what other types of data can we just be front-loaded with before we go out and create and have these conversations? And then lastly, I am absolutely all in to support and volunteer on whatever committee is going to be doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sparsa-Strophagan. Were you seeking specific answers? You gave me 20 things on a list. Is there something specific that you'd like a response on the dais? I'm going to turn on your mic right now.
Would we be able to get data front-loaded would we be able to include our already amazing family engagement division in the process with us since they have those relationships established?
I believe from the reference point that I can provide is when we did the PCG, the Climate and Culture Survey, after we provided direction to the superintendent, provided them guidance to help us. After we decided as a board that that was the direction we were going in, we provided the superintendent direction, and they worked with the community, their community engagement department. This work is a little bit different, and from what I've heard, there's parallels. However, also things that are not similar at all, because the work that we've decided to do with the Council of Great City Schools is board led specific. AJ?
Yeah, you absolutely went exactly where I was going to go, is that there is listening that needs to happen that is really the job of your staff, your educators, your principals, your central office, your superintendent. And there's listening that needs to happen that's really the job of the board. Most listening that needs to happen really needs to happen from the staff perspective. When it comes to capturing and representing the vision of the community, our coaching is absolutely that this is something that the board should not put anyone, whether staff or consultants, certainly not us, that the board, when it comes to listening for the community's vision and turning that into goals, that our coaching is not to put anyone between the board and your constituents. That it is cumbersome because it means that it's putting a lot of work on your plate. And unfortunately, it's work that only has to be done once every 3 to 5 years, and so it's not a constant thing. But it is absolutely our coaching that you all should be hearing directly from your constituents, not through the filter of us, not through the filter of any other consultants, not through the filter of staff for this specific task.
Thank you, AJ. I believe Trustee Sparso again wants to clarify. Go ahead, turn on your mic, please, or activate. There we go. Thank you.
That's not what I intended to be interpreted, AJ. What I'm saying is that we already have centers and individuals that have those relationships. It would be our work to go and listen to the community, but they would be the ones to advertise, to have them come, and we would be the ones to listen and
I apologize. I
Yeah.
clearly misunderstood. Yes. So to the extent that there are relationships like that, we'd absolutely encourage you to leverage those, whether those are community partnerships, whether that's with your labor groups, like whoever that you have that has relationships. If you can leverage those to help bring more people into the conversation, that is absolutely advisable.
Trustee Johnson?
The only thing I wanted to add is I forgot to volunteer, and so I'd like to volunteer if at all possible.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Okay, very good, colleagues. I don't see any other members in the queue. Trustee Zamora, Trustee Williams, would you like to chime in? Not required?
No, I'm okay, Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a few things. To clarify, it was a trustee and our board liaison that attended this training. I am wondering if there's going to be opportunities for other board members that, are newer and kind of will have more time on the board to also take and participate in those sessions.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustees, AJ, thank you. Trustee Zamora, I believe I want to just give Trustee Brooks an opportunity to chime in because she has actually brought this to my attention, and I believe her insight is valuable. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. So one thing I did observe is there were boards that actually had 2 members, and they seem to pair the members with experience levels. So some of them had more experience with a new member. I think that model really helped. I wish that was something that the board had done because I think it would have been very useful.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora, did you have any other to say? Thank you, Trustee Brooks, for your insight, and I'll just reflect back that this cohort exists invitations are sent to the board, and based on members' availability, that also is something to consider. AJ, can you provide us additional insight on when the next cohort will be taking candidates, applications?
We begin those cohorts each year in February. However, if there is additional need where folks feel like there would be a lot of value from building relationship with colleagues around the country, there have been times when boards have made that request, and we have paired board members up with, essentially mentor board members from other states. Sometimes it's helpful to have a mentor on your own board in your own context, and sometimes it's helpful to have a mentor from a completely different context who's outside of kind of your political milieu. And so, if that's something that is beneficial to you all, that is something we've done in the past.
Thank you. Thank you, AJ. Trustee Zamora, do you have anything else to add?
I do. Thank you, Madam President. The other thing that I wanted to make a comment about is on the accessibility. I really appreciate that we're talking about Zoom and virtual sessions and options. One thing that I think about is our last AZAC joint meeting where we talked about language access. So just making sure that, yes, we have interpreters, but also have opportunities to connect with, you know, just different constituents who might speak a different language. And if a trustee can speak that language, they should be open to that, because I think it builds that communication and that trust. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. We have Trustee Cavazos. Thank you, Trustee Zamora, and I acknowledge the need for language accessible sessions that I believe may have not been fully reflective on this review, but it is, on the accessibility piece. I think the language accessibility is what you're speaking to. I thank you for that. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. AJ and Trustee Brooks's comments and Trustee Zamora just made me think of another question. So if I understood you correctly, AJ, you are saying that the in-person experience, of course, is almost always more valid or more valuable to most of us. So these invitations to these workshops are received as they're available and sent, and then is it the board president that then selects who will go on these workshops?
No, we email out these opportunities. Again, they start every year in February, and so the next ones will start in February of 2025.
Okay.
But when we email that out, we typically email that out to whoever you all have selected as the board representative. And then it's the board representative's job to share that with all board members. In places like where we have an active coaching relationship, then we tend to send that out as well. Now, be mindful, the invitations for this went out in October. And so we will send out the invitations this October for with a deadline usually of December 1st for cohorts that can start in February. And so we'll do the same thing next year, but you all should receive that information. And I can't think of any districts where the board chair is the person who's made that decision, but certainly each district is welcome to decide how that's determined. In most places, what we observe is it's board members either apply or they don't. And in fact, we've had board members who've applied. The board determined that it did not have enough money to cover it, and the board members just paid for it themselves because they were so eager to attend. And so that's the only thing that I've seen that's really been a limitation, is if the district didn't have resources. But in most places, it was less a matter of resources and more a matter of the desire and availability of individual board members.
Okay, thank you so much, AJ. I appreciate that elaboration. So if I could follow up on that just real quick, President Garcia-Morales, I might have missed something. Maybe I missed an email. It wouldn't be the first time. But the first time I heard about Trustee Brooks and our board liaison going to Kentucky for this trip is when we received the message. Did we receive a prior message asking about availability or for us to apply for that? Because if we did, I missed it. In other words, I'm asking, how were they chosen to go on this? I understand what AJ is saying, but I'm just wondering how this came about. And if I did miss something, I apologize.
Yeah, Trustee Cavazos, I ask that you please go back to your email to review that. I certainly will as well, and if I need, owe the board an apology for not doing additional follow-ups like I normally do, like, hey, like I do in preparation for council or any type of conferences. I will own that if that is the case, but before we try to put each other
No, that
on
would be
blast,
fine, because
we
I
should probably
would go
collect
back.
our facts first.
And also, too, was the cost of that workshop included in our contract?
Trustee Cavazos, I believe you're asking questions that I would love to answer for you. However, this right now is a moment for us to talk about the professional learning item that is before us regarding community workshops. I can tell there's an appetite for you to learn more and want to engage and possibly participate in the next cohort.
Absolutely.
Which should be great and addition to our district and this work.
Okay.
So,
That would be fine, thank you.
Perfect. Let's see, colleagues, I just want to make one note that I see there are some colleagues who would like to participate. Thank you for your willingness to raise your hand and participate in alignment and next steps. However, whatever the timing looks like and the next pieces, I appreciate that. I do want to just note for the record that given this last feedback that we had around the importance of having maybe a more seasoned member and a newer member, I want to make sure that our whatever committee or group that comes together for this work is diverse of non-voting members, new members, voting members, and seasoned members. So just know that that is something that I will be looking into, taking into account when that is, those groups or the group is selected. Trustee Satori?
I just want to say I'm happy to volunteer to assist as well, depending on what kind of mix you need, but I'm happy to help out also.
Thank you for your willingness to raise your hand. Appreciate that. Awesome. Okay. All right. AJ, I don't believe we have any other discussion.
Thank you, madam. You have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Be well. Have a great night. This item is not an action item, but we do have, we're going to move right along to the next action item, which is public comment on non-action, on items not listed on the agenda. I love that I have that memorized and I don't know where my script is at. Great. All right, 3.01, public comment on items not listed as agenda. Before I open this item, if there is anybody in the audience who would like to submit a yellow card and speak on this item and has not done so already, please do so now. Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you. We'll begin with the individuals who signed up in advance. Where is my magical list? Here it is. I got it. All right, we've got a couple of people who signed up in advance. Sequoia Morris, are you present? Okay, after Sequoia, we'll have Mr. Bayless, which I believe he's no longer here, followed by Jim Frazee, which I believe is also gone, and then Dr. Beamel.
Hello, guys. This is the first time I'm here, so if you guys can please just bear with me. So for the first time, thank you so much, Madam President, Madam Vice President, and everyone on the board. My name is Sequoia Morris. I am a mother currently in the North Las Vegas community, and I just kind of came here to see your faces. I learned a lot about you guys via internet, and it's really good to see you guys' faces in person and knowing that everyone is really getting to the problem of the new superintendent that we need to put in order, but that's not why I'm here. But it gave me some solace to hear you guys talking about it and trying to solve the problems and coming together. So I do appreciate that from all of you guys. But I'm here to discuss the problem in bullying within the county and just in Nevada since I've relocated from California. I see, like, Nevada means home on every single license plate, but, like, every single time I'm thinking about securing my daughter with her education here in Nevada, it's always been a something that keeps her away, which is, a disruption inside the classroom or the inability of the teachers to remain focused and supervising the kids at the school. So I had a big thing that I could say, and I'm very nervous because the clock is kind of intimidating. But basically, when I first arrived here, at first I went to Clark County. It was several things that ended up happening at my daughter's school, and I just feel like sometimes when it comes to the safety of our children is number one. We're sitting here and we're talking about a lot of different things, but I think with parents and the reason why the kids can't show up is because of the stabilization within their home and then the stabilization in how they feel safe at school. So for me and my family, you know, I am a homeschooler. That's the reason why I was looking for the superintendent to turn in my paper to, and I didn't know where to go. And then that unfolded to a lot of different things. And it kind of revealed to me so many of the parents that actually came to my house and told me that they were actually having problems with the bullying as well. So I just wanted to kind of step out and say that there are a lot of parents that are focused on the safety and the security of their children, and I think that we need to come with a holistic lens and stop talking about the bigger ideas and talk about like what's immediate. What do children need? What is the reason why they're going to school and bullying? What's the reason why they can't get the education that they deserve because they're distracted in the classroom? What support do they need at home? Because it's a lot of parents that need support, and we're talking about all of the other spending that we need to do for a superintendent, but I really need a superintendent to come in with the lens of an eye from what is going to make that child unstable, and I think it's identifying what the problems and the supervision and to fill in the gaps for the parents that don't have any idea who to reach out to or how to reach out to them, because I'm at the point where, like I said, I want to pull my daughter out, and I also still want to participate, so I want to know.
Thank you.
Like I said, thank you so much for your time. And I just was coming up here as a mother.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Morris, forgive me, your time is up. So actually, I already sense that our interim superintendent has directed, no, forgive me, she has directed her staff to speak to you. They're right behind you, actually. So, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Larson Mitchell, for reading our minds. It is a gift. Maybe not a gift. Don't read my mind. There's so much in there. Let's see. Okay. It's Dr. Beam. Thank you, Dr. Beamel.
I'm just making sure. I don't want to jump the gun again. All right. Once upon a time, Dr. Beamel for the record. Once upon a time, in a land called CCSD, high school student councils used to present school updates to the Board of Trustees. This allowed the school executive councils to come to board meetings and observe how local government worked. It allowed the school board to get to know their respective school student council members, and it allowed for a positive note to start off every school board meeting. I think when talking about pockets of greatness, my favorite phrase, this is something the school board should consider bringing back. I know for the amazing Clark Chargers, our board members would get excited when we presented because we always ended our presentation with our fight song. It got everyone on their feet and singing along. A quick 2 to 3 minute presentation from 3 to 4 schools per meeting does not take away from the business of the board, and in fact, falls to the narrative that you care about what is happening in the schools you serve. The student body presidents or their representatives should be encouraged to come back. But having students here to witness their local government in action is important. It's something that should happen at every meeting. Kids are the real customers, right? Learning about what's happening at schools, that's the business, not just robotic test takers. How can we get this on the agenda to bring this back? That's the fight worth fighting. I also want to put the definition of transparent out there. Free from pretense or deceit, easily detected or seen through, readily understood, characterized by visibility or accessibility of information, especially concerning business practices. I had students here who wanted to speak, but it's late, they have calculus tests tomorrow, and they had to leave. Just something to say. Please consider morale and release a staff and teacher temperate check Google survey. We are not okay, and teachers need to be checked on. There needs to be an anonymous survey where they can voice their concerns without fear of retaliation. It's very easy to set up, and it takes no time, and we can make people at least feel heard. It should include a rating system of social and emotional well-being, time requirements outside of the classroom, burnout, and maybe satisfaction with climate and culture. Maybe if you reach out and care, teachers and staff will feel heard and feel less alone. This is always my suggestion. Thank you for your time and hopeful consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beamel. Mr. Gonzalez, followed by Ms. Binder. I don't see her here anymore. Ms. Binder is no longer here, and then followed by Ms. Bywaters and Kevin Abram.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Interim Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell, Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell. I don't know if I said it last time. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I came up here because I was looking at the community listening plan, and it's a good document. I wish we were talking about that when everybody was here. There's two suggestions that I do want to make. I know when I've had communications with the Moapa area, they're concerned when we do the superintendent search to make sure that they would have a community voice. Last time you did a search, I know I brought up the same concern, and Trustee Carolyn Edwards at that point said, you know, we can't placate Moapa when I was actually referring to others, and they'll just have to drive down. But the idea of having one in Mesquite, I think, would be allowable and they would be acceptable for that. But then the second part, too, is that you heard AJ mention that you shouldn't have one 25 miles driving distance. Now, clearly, that's going to affect Laughlin. So we're not going to sit here and suggest you have a session in Laughlin. But there's an opportunity to say maybe we have an online forum made specifically for the rural communities, just because it's a little bit different. Just like you've heard of different areas, like different languages, things of that nature. That's the suggestion. And then the second part I have, too, on page 2, it talks about the PTA, PTOs, and community organization committees. It talks about having the high schools reach out to the feeder schools. It really doesn't seem functional. I know our school sits on the same block with the high school and the middle school. We have had a joint SOT meeting when we talked about the Bailey Health Clinic, and I can tell you that's really difficult to do. I know what the intent is. I just don't think that's it, but I'm pretty sure the board could figure out a way. It's not that hard onto it. And then finally, I'm going to mention something I mentioned last week. It is Nevada Reading Week, and we are halfway through it. I know I've had a couple conversations with Trustee Williams, and I know I've texted Trustee Cavazos. That's probably the only communication I've had outside of this podium with Trustee in the last couple of weeks. It has been fun. I can tell you, I've had people, I mean, you know, I'm ridiculous and I'm obnoxious when we do it on social media for how much proud we are of it. But I read into 4 classrooms today because we had so many people who were sick. And so it was sad, but it was great because last year, I'm going to be honest, I didn't read in a single one. I was a little busy. And so what I'm hearing from the kids is things like, you know, you talk to them and I'm older, like many on this board too. We don't want to admit it, which was, we remember a time without internet. And the last question is, what'd you do when you didn't have the internet? What'd you do when your parents couldn't text you and you didn't come home? I know what happened to me and my bottom still hurts from that. But it was the idea of just the joy of reading. Like I didn't have like a rhyme. I know I've read a lot of Dr. Seuss, but it's the idea of always, opening up the community, making sure people can come in, like, while, they see some of the challenges we have, but also during this time, and I want the interim superintendent to know, we are ensuring that learning is continuing during that time. That is something our principals constantly said. You can have fun, you can have people in there, but you cannot distract it from the one goal, which is to make sure they're learning. So with that, Madam President, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Right in the nick of time. Ms. Bywaters? And then is Kevin present? Kevin is not in the house. Ms. Bywaters?
Camila Bywaters, President of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators, Chair for the National Action Network Education Committee. Listen, after listening to tonight's conversation, I do want to say that if we spend money in this district to go to great city school professional developments way over yonder, we really have to make it a point to visit schools that are further away, period. That should be a part of the ethic of this district. We are communicating something very strong to schools that are further away than 25 miles that, hey, you're not a part of the district. So I don't think that we should start out, especially if we're saying that we're in this new space and we're trying to rebuild and be innovative. Talking about innovation, I think that we should consider having an opportunity for the individuals who are applying for the superintendent seat to actually communicate, have a question and answer session with the community. If we really want to be innovative and really include the community, let's try something like that I don't know if that's ever been done here before. I have absolutely been appalled. Is AJ still on the phone? Because this board has really been very egregious to the community. I heard not a superintendent, but the board member say that we have a weird district, and yet that's the person who's going to pick a superintendent. My concern is that weird person would give a narrative, present a narrative to a superintendent that we're weird and start us off already on a bad relationship with the person that we're looking to lead this district. And then I heard a superintendent say there's going to, all over the place. Then I heard a board member say there'll be less knowledge. Like the people out here in the audience can't read and write. I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in education, a master's in divinity, which is quite hard. You have to take Hebrew and Greek. And I'm working on a PhD in special education. So no, I can read, I can write, I can learn something, I can learn how to lead a board. So that I don't understand how we're paying a person to train this board or coach this board. When I played soccer ages ago, when I played soccer, if the coach couldn't take us to the next level, we got a new coach. The city of council, great schools, chief for change, couldn't take us to the next level, but yet we're taking advice from them. AJ, are you still there? Because you just had a board that you trained that just talked down to the community. Thank you.
All right, here we go. We are at item 4.01. That concludes public comment. We're at item 4.01. That's the upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees on Thursday, March 14th at 5 p.m. here in our boardroom. Colleagues, at this time, I'm moving on to adjournment. Trustee Guzman.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Brooks.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Brooks. Please cast your vote. Trustee Zamora.
Aye.
Trustee Williams.
Aye.
Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. The time is 7:46. Have a great evening.